Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Hello, Cheeky. How are you doing? Hi. We are on day number 29 of our Donathon. Yeah. So close. We're just under 2/3 of the way to our goal. Yeah! Very exciting, very exciting, very exciting. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope Tuesday's been treating you all kindly. Oh gosh. I had a busy day today, dealing with IRL things. But we are gonna be productive again tonight, so I hope that you guys are ready with your hydration of choice close at hand, and things that you need to work on also close at hand and at the ready to get plowed through. Because we are on another productivity stream today. So what we did yesterday was we did a Pomodoro Workalong, where what we were busy with wasn't actually visible on screen, and we were using a timer. Today we're not going to be implementing any sort of a timer because I actually felt that that was more flow breaking than helpful. So we're going to be doing pretty much our normal sort of style of stream, just except that you won't be able to actually see what I've got going on my screen. Hence why it's going to be invisible productivity. But I hope that even so, if we've got things to work on, that it will help you guys also plow through the tasks on your tables. And that we will collectively all make progress on our various things and stuffs out in the world. I think I need to just quickly let out the Chaos Cat because he's decided to wake up. Alright, Chaos Cat released. Yes. I'm planning on working on either my story or write lines for a project I'm working on. Hoping I won't get distracted. Oh, best of luck with that. Best of luck with that. Ooh. Yes. I sincerely hope that that goes well. Well, we're going to keep you hydrated either which way along the process, so let's all be productive. Ooh, big excites. Big excites. Just making sure that I've got everything open that I need open on my end. Because I did a lastminute.com upgrade to my thumbnail template for the remainder of the Donothon. And I had not yet gotten an opportunity to just open up everything that I need on the sides. Yeah. That thing needs to get opened. That thing needs to get opened. There we go. Close that. Minimize that. And we are all good. Methinks we're there. Alright. Boop. So, on my end, I'm actually, I think, going to be working more on VTuber model art, mostly. So I'm gonna be switching between Cheeky's model and Teo's model. I'm kind of doing some last tweaks to the body layers on both of those. And I'm just wanting to make sure that I've got consistency between the two. Joxai, hello, hello. I'll be working alongside you, being unmotivated all day. Oh man. I hope that the productivity vibes will be potent and productive, and that we will all get through all of the various projects. Good luck. Good luck. Let's do our best. Thank you. Good luck to you as well. Yes, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Okay. Let's think. I think what I actually want to do. And I actually also need to open this up. Hold up. Okay, that works. Mm. was that? I think. Okay, that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest faithful consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. What's everyone drinking? I've got nice hot fresh coffee. Lovely. That's a bit important, but it's cold at the moment, so or atmospherically it's cold out, so I don't really want to leave this stand too much because I know then I'm going to be sad in like next half an hour when I reach for the coffee a second time and then it's already cold again. I don't want to have that experience right now, so I'm gonna actually, as I work, drink the coffee finished. I still got water next to me though. Yeah. Okay, something like that. we go. Okay. Go. All right, that's solution to that issue. Okay. Let's color. There we go. Hmm. Uh, let's grab that color as well. Okay, next we need this is gonna be and it's gonna want yeah. Katrina, hello, hello. More invisible work I see. How's it going? It's going well. We've just started. And we are deep in the productive grind already. Already gotten a couple of pieces that were on my queue sorted in this short time. But how's it going with you, Katrina? Oh good, I'm doing alright. Just got home from class with my fried brain. Oh dear. I hope that your brain recovers swiftly. It'll be fine, just a lot of math. Oh no. I understand that why brain is fried then. I totally they get it. You are a brave person. Oh. I'm just going to continue the mood board, I think so. Okay, good luck with that. Woohoo! I hope it goes well. Thank you, no problem. Let us all enjoy our life. Done. Okay. Okay. 1. I'm gonna and clear it. Copy. Okay. There we go. That's all we need for that. Oh. Okay, that's that one. Next is okay. Next. Yeah, that works. Okay. 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 And that is a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take it. There we go. Coffee bun. Here we go. Second boss one. I saved. Good idea. Good idea. Save one. I forgot to do that yesterday. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, guys, I'm implementing a new rule. If you're working on something that's got a computer involved, when we hydrate, we also save. Hydrate and save go hand in hand. Let's do that from now on, right? Sounds like a plan. See, if we do it together, then we can't forget one or the other, right? Ooh. No. Don't help that. It was very nearly a split nail. That looked probably uncomfortable. It's a bit there, it's a bit heavy. A little bit too masculine right now. Let's see what else we need. No. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of all the shading that I did. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Wait. This one's too simple. Which means all of these get cleared and redone. Now it's like what my brain. I have funny imaginary thoughts and that may just. Oh no. Oh. If you have a way of at least capturing the idea in any way, that it is worth it. I know skill issue is a real big thing that a lot of us struggle with in a lot of places. I am not immune to it, even though I have the draw. I am not immune to what you're describing as well. I understand deeply what it's like to have an idea but not know how to capture it, or not feel like I can capture it to its full potential. It sucks to have that feeling. It really does. But to capture what you can of it in a way that, even if it doesn't look at its best final form, if you can just capture the idea so that it doesn't slip away from you, even if it's more like a diagram and hyper descriptive or whatever, or just like bullet points so that you can come back to it and remember it and work with someone else to actually bring it into its full potential. It's worthwhile. Yeah. Like, ideally, we'd all just have the time and capacity to just get good at capturing everything in all of the ways we want to all of the time, in an ideal scenario. But unfortunately, sometimes things just don't work out quite that way. Hmm. I think. Okay. That makes me see things. Well, right now I'm just trusting the process. That is fair. Okay. Looking better. Sometimes trusting the process is hard, but if one can get it right to follow through, it results in some interesting things in the end. So I get it. Sometimes trusting the process is really hard. The figurine drawing comes to mind. I still don't know how I'm gonna fix that one, but I'm working on it. That's Sunday's problem. That's Sunday's problem. Probably. Okay. Cheeky now has fingers. Yay! Yippee! Fingers! Yay! Indeed. Fingies. Fingies. I'll come back to the compass around her neck. I need to figure out that. Because I do want to have a little bit of parallax on it, I think. I think the last thing I want to do is just soften this one, just a smidge more, because a little bit heavier right. There we go. Okay. With that, I think Cheeky's base body art is actually finally checked, done. Okay. Yeah. Is I want to grab. Check. But I want to do that first. Monochrome. Picture. Yeah. Okay. Ones. Edit. Final correction. Reverse gradient. Like that. That. I don't like that. Guys. Switch to color. Okay. Gradient. Okay. That. Delete. Paste. Delete. Yep, and that's the hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Apply. And shading color. Okay. Save button. Why? Because when we hydrate, we hit the save button now. Woohoo! Okay. And I need to go here. Saved and hydrated? Fantastic. Fantastic! Strange, but okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, now it's behaving like that. Weird. And then now undo is Okay, okay. Yeah. What's that? Deer spin! Woohoo! That seems like you just achieved a victory. That looks like you just achieved a victory there. Yeah. How goes? Yes, just separated all the layers into groups now. Organize them. Joy. The hard part. You got this. You got this. Leave. Okay. Now what I need to do. Okay, we're slowly. Wait a second. Okay. Hmm. Mhm. Um, we- works. Right. Okay, then I need okay. Okay. There we go. Toaster, thank you for the save. We shall do so. Everyone, courtesy of Toaster, let us all hit our respective save buttons. There we go. Thank you, Toaster. How are you doing? If I don't yell at her to save, she never will. Ah! Just got home from class, I'm doing good. Ah! Awesome, awesome. Hi, hello, hello! Yes, Tail isn't here at the moment. Something seems to have come up and it's not been possible to connect at the moment, so Tail is not with us at present. I'm still holding out hope that maybe we will be joined later, but at the moment, I think Teo is currently busy dealing with something that are a little bit more important. So, I'm currently jumping between work on Teo's model and on Cheeky's. So, we are being productive either which way. I'm just hoping that Teo is okay on the other side. The interweb waves, you know. It's unfortunate, but Teo can make it still. Yeah, we'll see. But no hard feelings if it's not possible because the world is wild out there, so we did kind of plan this a little bit last minute as well, so yeah, we're not gonna we're not gonna hold it against people if at possible. We understand. Chaos happens. Chaos happens. Katrina, thank you for jumping on YouTube as well. We appreciate it. I was doing labeling on shine masks for gems. This is YG shine mask 1. YG shine mask 2. YG shine mask 3. This one should IG shine mask. Cool. Okay. And over. Okay. All of those. Go into a group, which is going to be group. And all of those become and that is a hydrate. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Now I'm back over here because YouTube is being wonky. Yeah, sometimes it just do be like that. No. Okay. This color. Okay. Okay. Down. Okay. Down. maybe? Close. Okay. That. Expand one. That. Mhm. That's good. Metal shiny is pushed. Next is B. I absolutely see. Yep. Okay. Next, I need to yes. We are horizontally giving tail feet. Because that is also interesting. Okay. Look. Sure. Mm. Works. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Punch. Okay. Yeah. Oh. And all of these. What is um Directions. Yeah, okay. So far, so good. There we go. Right. Um, that save. Yeah. We go! Oh! Yay! Puppy! Saving. Still. Just check. Woohoo! Do 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 do. Um, yeah. Okay. Hold it on that side. Okay. Progress. Little baby. We're getting there. Okay. Nom. How do I want to do this? Yeah. And there is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. Hit the save button and let's take a sip. That's another thing I need to check on that. I am almost done organizing, finally! Wow, that was actually quite fast. Wow, well done. Well done. I have managed to... in the time up until this point, I have managed to commandeer the toe art pieces of the Cheeky's model and actually adapt them suitably for Teo's as well. Sky Shards, hello, welcome in, Yes, you catch us right as we're busy describing progress on what I can't show on screen at the moment. But yeah, I've managed to commandeer toe art pieces and adapt them accordingly, because I don't know if later Cheeky is going to have like a summary thing where the peepers are going to peep out, or if there's going to be sandals later or what have you. So she's getting those anyway, but Teo generally is a toes out kind of gal. So, I'm putting those in direct. Minor adjustments required, but those were not difficult to implement. And I've also started implementing the choker piece. So, I'll soon be able to bring that into the rig as well. So, Teo's neck and choker and maybe collarbones soon will be able to enter the rig. Soon. Oh, that's what I need to do before I go any further on any of that stuff. I need to finish specialist layers on Teo's eyes. I need to finish the specialist layers. Because there are a couple of extras. Oh. So, over here, to region and check. I need to check. Failed to load. Please try again later. What does this feel like? A failed call going through. The subscriber you have dialed is not available. Please try again later. Ugh. A number of times I've heard that one. Okay. Okay. I see what I've got to do here. Okay, so come to eyes EXP R right. Okay, I'm gonna start with hiding. Well, not hiding anyway. So, and I'm gonna add that. Let's grab that color if we do the trick. Yes. There we go. That's Snapshots, how are you doing? We are on an invisible productivity stream today because I've got a whole bunch of art layers open that I can't actually show people right now. Working on VTuber models that are going in and out of phases of unclothedness. And with desperate fear of being bonked. So, we're still being productive, collectively. We're just being mindful to not get ourselves in all trouble. I see. So that's why we're just getting your head and getting unexpected winks from you. Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah. I'm just waking up, really. Welcome to consciousness, then. My condolences. Please. I don't know if it's a bad thing to check notifications and stuff first when I wake up. Depending on who you ask, it is bad. But also depending on the circumstances of what you're busy going through at the time, it's not too bad. My mental isn't suffering yet, so I'm sure. Yeah, it also depends what kind of notifications you're checking. Like, if you're catching up on the latest who's cancelling who drama, then yes, that's going to definitely fry your mental. Or which political groups are jumping down which other people's throats for madness again. That's also likely to fry your mental. If you're getting your push notifications for that page that posts cute pictures of cute cats, however, maybe not quite so bad. I don't follow that kind of drama or politics really, then you're okay. Then you're good. Then you're good. What? Hear that? Okay. I do remember reading about people taking time away from social media in general because of feeling bad after scrolling through it. Yeah. I think that definitely exposing themselves to the wrong kind of stuff, if that is their immediate reaction. Made me ask myself if I've ever felt that way. Yeah. Getting yourself into a negativity spiral first thing in the morning by doom scrolling is an issue. My personal thing when I wake up is I check if anything is on fire or if people are screaming at me for things that need to be done. And supposing that my Discord, WhatsApps, and VGen inboxes are in a reasonable state, my emails are okay, then to resume the slow fade into consciousness, I usually actually pick up a webtoon to just wake myself up a bit before I attempt to climb down the stairs out of my bed, because I sleep in a bunk bed for space reasons. And yeah, at that point I get into the workday. So yeah, we get a glimpse of our leader's morning routine. I don't know if leader is the right word for it, but yeah, that's the morning routine. Is check that nothing is on fire. If that's the case, see what cool stuff happened while I was asleep, maybe after the webtoon. But by that time, usually I need to actually get up and start doing domestic work. So, packing dishwashers. If it happens to be that day, the laundry, all of that madness. You know, basic household maintenance. And all of the associated madnesses. I'm supposed to also spend time on the treadmill in the morning, between first and second sleeps. But lately the treadmill has not been accessible, because IRL stuff has been piling up in the living room at the moment, and while we are in a little bit of the up in the air phase with a couple of things, it means that treadmill is currently inaccessible. It's just currently got stuff on it temporarily. And we're just trying to get back into the swing of things such that we can open that up again. But I can get back to walking. I've been missing walking, and I can feel the negative impact that not being able to walk on the regular is having on me. Any self-care, such as a skincare routine or morning exercise? Nothing particularly special. Nothing particularly special. Like I said, I'd like to get back into doing the morning walks. It's just been not inaccessible. But yeah, normal. It's pretty normal stuff, really. Wash my face, slap on some moisturizer, go on with my day. But yeah, I usually, if I do the exercise thing, I usually want to shower and stuff after that, because otherwise the second sleep is gross. The fact that you try is better than most of it. Yeah, it's not easy every day, you know? It's not easy every day, but you do your best, right? Like, I don't do the crazy stuff with skincare actives and 15 sunblocks and all of that madness. I put on sunblock if I know I'm leaving the house. And, like, I know I'm going to be outside. Then I put on sunblock. But for the rest of it, I literally go by feel. Am I dehydrated? Drink water. Is my skin feeling dry? Let's slap some moisturizer on. Is my skin feeling flaky or oily? Best wash it again, you know? It's by what does it need right now, not a by the clock sort of a routine. But there's been one major spanner in my routine workings lately, and that is that for the last 2 months, 3 months, I don't even know anymore. It's been a while. But a while ago, my shower broke in my bathroom, so I had to make arrangements to use my parents' shower. And it does make things just a little bit more awkward, because the timing is now something that needs to be worked out a little bit more carefully, right? Water management, etc., etc. It also means that it's not as easy to like shower at 3 in the morning. You know, if that is when is the most convenient time. Yeah, we're still trying to get appropriate funding to actually be able to repair my shower. Because what happened was that the person who installed the shower 40 odd years ago, cut corners on things. So when we tried to change the shower head from the 40-year-old shower head, it turned out that literally it just was not installed properly. So we've not got a proper thread to attach a shower head to. It's just a raw piece of pipe in the brickwork, which is obviously not gonna work. And so we got a quote from the plumber, and we have not been able to afford to get the new shower put in. Like, the new shower has been standing, the entire new shower mechanism has been standing in my bathroom, ready for installation, for almost a year. We've just not been able to actually afford to get it put in yet. 3 in the morning showers is quite a time long. Yeah, that's actually sometimes when I end stream. So, that sounds so chaotic. Yeah. There's a reason why when I introduce myself I say perpetrator of creative chaos. I say creative because if I say existential chaos, then it hits a little close to home. But the creative chaos I at least know is entirely of my own making. The existential chaos is what I exist in. Oh, but yeah, it's fun. We do our best. We do our best. Hopefully, when all of the hardware that I need after the Donothon has been acquired to get everything sorted, I will be able to get enough commissions in for actually being able to afford the product. I'm so looking forward to being able to actually shower in my own bathroom again. It's actually it's a circumnavigable inconvenience at the moment, but it's still an inconvenience. Sorry, actually. And it makes me feel bad about showering longer, right? To do all of the necessaries. It's an inconvenience to need to share the space with more people. Just having your own space is mentally relieving. It is. So that's what we're working towards, is getting the Donothon sorted, getting the hardware needed that I can actually draw and see what I am actually doing while I'm drawing, and to have the right tracking solution so that I can actually rig iPhone VTuber models with an actual iPhone instead of having to cheat it by a rebridger, which does not function altogether the way that I need it to be 100% sure that it's going to work for someone who doesn't use rebridger. And yeah, it's a lot to go through. We're doing what we can. But after that, after I've got those hardware things sorted, then my next priority actually is going to be a shower. I know on my stretch goals, my next thing was actually a laptop to be able to get some hardware load off of my big PC so that I can move my streaming software to the second laptop. Well, not a second laptop, a laptop instead of a PC, so that I can also be mobile and expand content options and all of that jazz. By the way, is your mic okay? You sound a little bit different today. My mic is pointing in a slightly different direction, and I did accidentally mess up some settings yesterday in the filters. So, I need to go back and reset things. I do need to go back and reset things quite a bit. But, there we go. Okay, so yeah, it was just because my mic was pointing in a slightly different direction. It's amazing what directional angle does. Yeah, that sounds better. Okay. Yeah. Madness. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's all on the cards in terms of priorities of things that I need to actually invest in, with some levels of urgency. But one step at a time, right? It's get the tablet so that I can actually continue doing the day job. And then after that, we'll figure things out, right? After that, we'll figure things out. One step at a time. One step at a time. Then, at least I'm socially unaware enough to mention the audio issues. Now, I appreciate it. Mic was turned around. Not turned around, just slightly off angle. It was slightly off angle. Now, I appreciate it. I don't think any streamer will ever be unappreciative when someone says, hey, listen, we can't hear you okay. Is everything alright over there? What microphone are you using? I am using a Micro MM707. It's not like a standard desktop mic. It's more of a stage vocal mic. Specifically, I think it is for it's a condenser mic. Mostly, I've seen used for well, based on what the wiki says, it's mostly used for people who struggle to project a little bit. And I do know that I do speak quite quietly. So that's probably why my dad suggested I use this one. So yes, this is the microphone I'm using. It's not the typical VTuber microphone, that's for certain. That's for certain. We just had it in the house for reasons, so I'm using it. I might need that one. I don't know, Sikri. I've been in your streams. You sound good in your streams. I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually know enough about different microphones and all of their... Your dad suggested? Audio engineer, secret VA? Audio engineer. Several decades experience in the field. Mostly in the live event side of things. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, he has worked with a lot of interesting people. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, media kind of runs in the blood. Totally fair. Yeah. Media runs in the blood. And I think... Secretly famous? Famous is maybe a strong word. But he's definitely rubbed shoulders with some interesting people. I think we've, in general, had a couple of experiences courtesy of my parents' skill sets, which, if I had to map out the timeline of the chaos that we have dealt with, you would wonder how many lifetimes have these people had access to, because this does not make sense for all of this to happen in a mere 20 years or a mere 30 years. We've done a lot of crazy stuff. And I've been involved in a bunch of it as well ever since I was a kid, so yeah, it's part of the creative chaos. It's part of the creative chaos. But yeah, I personally liked the Storytime with Harrier. No, not Storytime with Harrier, because then it's going to dox me. I will say that we've been involved in a lot of chaos, and it's been a lot of cool stuff, but I can't tell you exactly what. Although a lot of the names that, if I had to drop the names, would probably go straight over you guys' head, mostly because it's pretty much largely limited to my own country. So yeah. Is there a story you could tell us without the docs? Mm. How can I phrase this? I'm going to, instead of going with a distinct story time, what I will say is that wait. No, that one's gonna dox me too. This is hard, okay? This is odd. Yeah. I will say that I have been... My family have been involved in a lot of media projects and a lot of institutions across the country over the last really long time. We've rubbed shoulders with a lot of interesting people, both national and international. I did once, at one of the events we were working at the time, and this one I think I can say without doxing anyone, is that I was working at an event at a time, and what happened, we were in the lunch break, and I think it was either, I can't remember if it was an ambassador, a national ambassador, or a company representative from a major lead head of a company representative of some description. I can't remember exactly. But this Japanese ambassador or company representative and their wife were at this event. And that's a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take your sip. And at the lunch break, there was a sushi table. And I had my chopsticks and I was helping myself to one or two pieces onto my little side plate. And the ambassador's wife happened to be standing next to me as I was dishing up with my chopsticks, and she said, "Oh wow, you know how to use your chopsticks really well." I was like, thank you, ma'am. I didn't realize that she was this highly influential person. Was like, wait, ma'am? That was cool. That was cool. Different company, different institution, different event. I also got to meet a former colleague, also from Japan, weirdly how that works out, who I later ended up drawing an illustration for him. So I know that there is an illustration of mine floating around somewhere in Japan that has been used on business cards. Kind of crazily. Cute compliment, yeah. Yeah, Harrier knows how to chopsticks. That's neat. Yeah, I know how to chopsticks. I know how to chopsticks. I wouldn't say I'm the absolute best at it, but I do know how to use them. I enjoy it often. When we do table braai in the kitchen because it's too windy out and we don't have an indoor braai proper, sad. We table braai. It's sort of like Korean barbecue, sort of. We just got different meat selections, you know. While everyone else is using a fork to flip their meat, I also use my chopsticks to flip my meat. On the indoor braai. Oh yeah, if you ever needed a hint that that was a South Africanism, that was a South Africanism. Hi. I don't call it a barbecue, it's a braai. But yeah, that's fun. I think Skyshards is having a realization that, oh my word. Harrier is South African? What? Yes, I don't generally make it, the most obvious thing ever, but every now and again, a slight thing slips. Actually didn't know, since I don't usually see many South African streamers, and I've always known you, and I've known you for a while from your Kiba days. Yeah. No, that is so true. I also know of so few South African streamers and South African VTubers even less so. I learn new South African words from Harrier every day. I actually limit my South Africanisms quite significantly, specifically because I almost never use them all that much. Like, there are a couple that I use. What? I can't say frequently because it's not frequent. Some more than others, but I definitely can't say that I have the whole usual conglomerate of South African things that I do, yeah. It's a neat trait that I think you should flaunt more, in my honest opinion at least. Yeah, like, I'll occasionally throw a moss or a sommer in my wording. Who needs to conform to the usual? Yeah, I know. But like, I'll occasionally throw a moss or a sommer in there because I don't know how to speak English without those two words. There is not an English translation for moss and sommer. But aside from that, I'll occasionally say Aish, but that's a Zulu thing. And it's like the only Zulu thing I've picked up. And most of the other South Africanisms I know are crude and I don't actually want to use those. So I actually am pretty tame. Still know that none of what you said means? Yeah, okay, so let me give you a rough translation. I think it now is a good a time as any for a couple of rough translations. Both mos and sommer are words that can translate very roughly into something that approximates just. That it in a broad stroke, okay? So the actual use case is a little bit strange because they are. Mos is like something just is the way it is, right? So if I needed to say that something is obvious in a way, that would be a use case for Morse. So if the sky is Morse blue, you know? It's like, it should be obvious, yeah? Sommer, it'd be more useful for things like, I'll just do it this way, you know? Yeah, we'll sommer throw it in that thing. We'll sommer throw it in that folder. I'll sommer do it now. Oh, now. Now is the South Africanism. Now is the South Africanism I am not immune to. Now, just now, and now. That is the South Africanism I am not immune to. Oh, the time, the measure of time that is now. Just now is the never. Now means sort of soon, but as soon as I'll get to it. And now means as soon as I'm done with the thing that I'm busy with immediately. So, that is pretty much the gist of it, of the South Africanisms of now. I don't use it much, but another typical South Africanism is when something is good, you'll say it's sharp. Or, can you do something? Yeah, sharp, we'll do it. All good. Also, something that's more prevalent among the Zulu community. I don't personally use it much. Chips, here comes the boss. I don't know why. That's another thing that's pretty common. But yeah. There are a couple of South Africanisms. I just don't often get a chance to use them because they're very, very much conversational. And I don't collab much. For the occasions where they would be more natural to come out, to arise, if I can phrase it that way. It's interesting to hear about nonetheless. I'm glad you're finding it interesting. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna start randomly speaking Afrikaans because I know no one around here is gonna really understand that. Like, yes, if I did speak Afrikaans on stream, people from the Netherlands and maybe Belgium would get it. There are gonna be a couple of Argentinians maybe who might understand it. The Argentinians have a fairly large Afrikaans population, and also a fairly large Welsh population, if I'm not mistaken. Weird combination, but kind of cool. A couple of Australians that moved over from South Africa might understand it, but like, I don't exactly have the most comprehensive Afrikaans vocabulary either. So it's like, I can put together sentences, but there are fundamental words that I just don't have memorized. I can understand a tiny bit, but mainly because I've known you for a bit now, says the one American. Don't stress. Yeah. Like, I know that my stream time is actually pretty much catered for the American and European time zones. So, while there is a chance for the Belgians and the Dutch to potentially drop by, I don't know. If I wanted to interact there, I probably should be learning German. because it's a little bit more accessible to people. Because I know that English is like third language for a bunch of folk in Europe. If even. But yeah, I actually want to just learn my Japanese and Korean first. What languages do you know? I primarily first language English, second language Afrikaans. I am slowly picking up Japanese, like ultra slowly. I am having the hardest time memorizing things. Reading it is still nightmarish for me. And I've not exactly been learning efficiently. So there's that little piece of chaos. I'm increasingly curious about Korean. I've always had Welsh on my wish list of languages to learn, but it's kind of tricky to get access to Welsh listening material to be able to start familiarizing myself with what things sound like. And Welsh is just on the wish list simply because it sounds old and it sounds cool. Like, for no other reason. It's an old language, it sounds cool. I think it's probably the oldest still spoken European language. Definitely amongst the oldest of the Celtic languages. Definitely amongst the most archaic languages in the West. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not a linguist, so take everything that I'm currently saying with a pinch of salt. Old language that's not a dead language? Exactly. And Welsh sounds amazing when it's sung. Like, it's such a glorious singing language. I think one of my dreams, if I ever manage to get that far, is to get a song written that is a duet between Welsh and Japanese. I think those two will sound absolutely gorgeous next to each other. Minshiro, hello! You changed the pose on your thumbnail. You're not working over the drawing tablet, you're smiling and waving. Yes! Yes! Because we're over the halfway mark. We are now out of frustration, we are now in gratitude. We are out of frustration, we are now in gratitude. And so close. So close to, being able to actually do the thing. Hi! How are you doing? Yay! Yes. Big yays. I'm good on a holiday. Ooh, it's nice. Jealous! Holiday! Woo! To be fair, I am taking Thursday off. But I don't actually remember the last time a proper holiday happened in my iteration of reality. It's been a while. Like, a day here, a weekend there, sure. But we're always in fear of the email inbox on our return, so it's not like one could just take off for 3 weeks. There's a holiday? I want in on it. Ah. But yeah, holiday sounds great. Oh wait, that's probably another South Africanism. That's probably another South Africanism. We don't generally call it a vacation. Like, you get public holidays, which are the government issued days off. But we don't call actually going on vacation, we call it going on holiday. So, yeah. Another little South Africanism weirdness. We were working really hard in my house and around it for the past 2 weeks because of the building renovation, so it's nice to have a few days to just relax and eat food. Ooh, I can totally believe that. With renovations going on, I can imagine it's a lot of hard work. And with that, being able to actually just sit back and enjoy things a little bit after all of that, that's just definitely a well-earned reward. I'm learning still. This is my first language, and with English being my second, I'm still stifle with things here and there. Oh, I see. Yeah, you are... I believe you... I'm stretching my memory here, but I recall seeing, I think, Thai, if I'm not mistaken, from a recent repost of yours. I'm not 100% sure. All of a sudden. I don't feel bad about not understanding English. English is basically 5 different languages and a trench coat. Yes. Yes. This is 100% true. Yeah? Oh, okay. Awesome. Out of pure curiosity, what is your favorite snack or sweet? Might be planning things. I am weak to cookies. I am weak to cookies, especially chocolatey buttery choc chip cookies. Those are my end. The buttery choc chip cookies end me. I really adore those. My family know, like, the last 3 birthdays in a row. Don't bother with any other present, just get her a cookie. Just get her a giant cookie. And that's me happiness through the ceiling. But if I had to not have sweets, it would be biltong. Cookies are great. Cookie cakes. That's a thing. Yeah, I don't actually pay attention to sweets all that much because aside from cookies, I don't really do much in the line of sweets. Like, at all, really. Like, it's actually really weird. I am able to say no if sweet stuff is going around the house. I'm able to say no, thank you. And I frequently do. Much to everyone else's delight, because more for us. Have you ever tried a brookie? It's both a brownie and a cookie. I want one. That sounds amazing. You know what the problem is with cookies? You bake a bunch and then it's over in the next day or two. And considering our oven is also storage for plates and pans and stuff, it's a hassle to take it out. Yeah, it is. I understand. I understand. Like, in my house, cookies are always a store-bought thing. Always. Because we're not a family of bakers. At all. Like, we know, okay, if someone is baking, it's watch the horizon, it's gonna rain. Batten down the hatches, put on your water booties, it's gonna rain a lot because we've been baking. It is that strange an occurrence in my household, honestly. Like, if I were someone who baked, you can be absolutely certain that cookies would be my thing. But... Baking is an expensive schlep. Baking is an expensive schlep. And I appreciate the people who do enjoy doing it, honestly. But I do not have that chemistry in my blood. Using the oven as storage is something my family does too, the dishwasher as well. Sometimes it's just slightly convenient. When the cleaning or the cooking apparatus is the only viable place to keep certain things. I discovered why I like baking more than cooking. It's because baking is a science. I didn't learn about this myself until I learned that I love compounding. The dishwasher only became a storage place after it broke down, and we never fixed it. Now we just wash everything by hand, and whenever we need more space to dry things, it goes in the dishwasher. Oh, I see. You know what? Fair. Dishwashers are expensive. All of your white box appliances are expensive, really. So I cannot fault you on that. It's practically a wet cupboard in that situation. I like baking, it's just that unlike cooking, it's such a hit or miss thing. You need to trust the recipe, and sometimes just does not work, and you don't know why, and it's frustrating. Cooking and baking is an art. Whatever you make is your artwork that you are happy about, the faster it disappears. That is so accurate. So accurate, like... You know you did well. When it does not last, right? There's also an entire process before and after, taking everything out and measuring and then cleaning after, and it's just, yeah. No, the prep and cleanup is definitely one of the major things that can inhibit one from even getting started there. So, I understand. I totally get it. Making sure that you've got actually all of the ingredients you need as well, because they're specialist ingredients and some of them are priced ridiculously because they're specialist ingredients. it's a lot. It gets a lot real quickly. That's why I've adopted the clean as you go method. Yeah, sometimes that's totally the way to go. It helps when you've got more than one pair of hands in the kitchen to be able to do the clean and go, because then it's like, okay, especially for the slightly more time-sensitive processes, that, okay, one can almost make a little bit of a production line of, okay, we use this thing, clean this thing, cool, bring this thing over here, please pass me that thing from over there. All of that madness. But totally, kitchen work in general is something that definitely benefits quite significantly from good planning and good time management. Like, I think that's especially with cooking, where you've got multiple dishes happening at the same time, and having things in process at different workstations. As you get more experienced, you learn, okay, the rice is going to take 20 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever to steam, or whatever you're doing with it, or the potatoes are going to take a half an hour, or the pasta is going to take 20 minutes. What other processes need to happen? When is the microwave going to need to be available for what? All of that madness. So, it's... In those cases, having extra hands helps a lot. Making a cut salad takes surprisingly long. Like, if you've got someone else in the kitchen who can help with just making the salad while the rest of the stuff is being prepared in a meal is so helpful. Chef Mike is the savior? Chef Mike. I'm not familiar with Chef Mike. Okay, but that's hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Coffee is cold. Yeah. Microwave. I am mind blown. I just learned you can pop out the YouTube chat and I can see everyone now. Woohoo! Nice! Microwave. Yeah. Microwave is totally a savior. There was a point in time in my life where we had 2 microwaves. And that was great because it meant that all of a sudden you could have things cooking and defrosting at the same time. Wow, so helpful. Yeah. But unfortunately, the one ended up giving it the ghost, and ever since then we've been a single microwave household again. Sag. Big Sag. And that was after the incident where we accidentally forgot the chicken in the microwave for 2 weeks. That was not fun. That was not fun. Whoopsie! We still joke about the chicken in the microwave. Now that there's only one microwave that gets used every day, we don't make that mistake anymore. But we still joke about it. We still joke about it. Yeah. Yeah. It's the sort of thing that only happens once. How could you forget a whole chicken? No, it wasn't a whole chicken. I think it was like chicken fillets that we were defrosting for something. It was either fillets or pieces. I can't remember which. This was when I was like 15, probably-ish. 14-ish. It was a long time ago. It was a long, long time ago. Still just polishing the cold coffee. Yeah, I think we actually took out chicken fillets to cut up and to defrost and cut up to put in like a macaroni and cheese, because we do loaded mac and cheese. We don't do like normal, boring American. It is literally only a macaroni and cheese. We do an interesting macaroni and cheese. So 3 years ago, you say, since you're forever 18? No. I prefer the phrase 21 with experience. 21 with experience. Yeah. Yeah. I have been. It's been a while. It's been a while. Let's just leave it at that. Ah. "20 years, season 10. Yep. 21 with experience. I love that, and I will use that from now on. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah. Life. Crazy stuff. Yeah. Hopefully you're getting good work done. Yeah, I am being productive in between all of the app. I hope everyone else is being productive too. Excuse me, what now? You forgot chicken in the microwave for 2 weeks? We had 2 microwaves at the time. We had 2 microwaves at the time. And it was in the microwave that was slightly less accessible. So because it was the slightly less accessible microwave, we, by default, always used the other one. And we kind of just forgot, collectively. All 4 of us. And we're not too distracting. No, I've been productive in the meantime. I've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 expression layers on Teo's eyes that needed to go in. Mostly done. I'm almost done with the 5th one. So I'll soon actually be able to pull that into the rig as well. And as soon as I've got all of the eyepieces I need for the rig, that means that I will be able to finally duplicate the starboard side eye across and recolor it for final purposes, and then the head is check done. And then it's literally just the body layers. Woohoo! I got all of the organizing done. Nice, nice. Now I need to make notes, which is going to be a task and a half, and I'll come back to it. A family full of people with ADHD. Nothing could go wrong, right? That explains so much about my household. That explains so much about my household. We chaos. We're in total chaos. But it's fun. It's fun. Wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't have it any other way. Sky, that's my household. I love them though. Yeah. it's a brand of chaos, but it's our brand of chaos, you know? Let's reflect. How has your life's journey been so far? What do you regret the most? What is that it's keeping you going now? That got super deep, super quick. Wow. Let's see. Life's journey has been winding. It has been a state of many trials, needing to put trust in many people, having suffered some unfortunate betrayals, it has been relying on strength that is not our own in order to get by. And it's been a lot of divine timing. Mighty slow but never late. That is the story of the provision. And that is what we've been trusting in. And so far we have not been let down. Things have been hard, but we've never been let down in that way. So. We have been protected from a great many things, including ourselves. And it's been good. All things considered. It's nice to reflect every now and again, I think. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Just like when I think about how many people it took to make me kind of thought. Yeah, no. There is a song by a Swedish a cappella group that comes to mind. Or specifically a specific line from that particular song. The song is Friendship by the Real Group, and the line goes, "Every pair of eyes in which you're brave enough to die soon reflects a part of you." That line lives rent-free in my brain, and I think it is so true. Like, every connection is meant to be in some way, no matter how brief. I think I've hit my energy wall for the afternoon, so I'm gonna take my afternoon nap and listen. That sounds fantastic. Great job getting up to what you've achieved so far. It sounds like you've both worked through a lot already. What a line for sure. Yeah. It is a song that is on my wish list to cover at some point, but I want to do it with other people. And I don't know how I need to go about getting the licensing to actually get the dots for that. But I'd like to sing it with someone at some point in time. I think we need I'd need 4 other people to sing it with me. But it's such a great song. I love it. I love it. Speaking of covers, I have one that has been staring at me for a month. And I want to do it so badly, but I just don't know if I've got the confidence to do it yet. I know I want to do it as part of the unarchived karaoke. When we hit that goal. A song? Yeah. A song. But I'd like to do an actual proper cover. The instrumental is available. The official instrumental is available. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't got the capacity for it, but yeah. I really want to do it. I like that song too much. Licensing is hard. I wish you luck. Yeah, it's not so much hard as you just need to have the right person to talk to, right? So this is when having managers who know their oats is helpful, because then you can just say, listen, I'd like to acquire the license for this thing. Can you please sort this out for me? That would be awesome. That's when having a manager is really, really great, because then it's their job to figure out how to do the thing. And you just knuckle down and actually make the thing go, right? And then if there is payment legalities and such, then you say, okay, fine. Pay however many dollars it is going to take for the dots. But like, all of the choirs of the world would not be able to get their repertoires in place if it was impossible, right? So there has to be a mechanism somewhere to allow for that. I have been here sneaking about, Joshua! Now I say hello! Thank you for the sneaking about. Now hello! How are you doing? Oh my word. Can I type? I'm doing alright, just relaxing and playing Reaper with the gang. Oh, nice. Oh no, not attention! Yes, attention. Gasp. Legaspe. Okay. Are you working the same time you're talking like this? Yes. I gave up on Pomodoro after yesterday. It does not vibe with me. It does not vibe with me. It completely breaks the flow of conversation. It completely breaks the flow of actually... You are in the zone and working on a thing, and then all of a sudden the time goes off. It's like... Bruh. Could you have given me another 5 minutes? So, yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. It doesn't vibe with me. It does not vibe with me. Our usual productivity is functional enough. Krahazik, hello, welcome in. Pomodoro breaks my flow, but I need a break to remind me to blink and get up. I did 50-minute pomos and 10-minute breaks. Ooh. That is fair. Yeah, I suppose if you've got the right amount of timing, sure. But like, with what we're doing here on stream, where people come in and out and it's asking questions and it's reading and everything, those are natural breaks without necessarily... It's a break for the brain without necessarily breaking from the engagement with what you're actually doing. At least in my case, individually. What's Pomodoro? It's the timed focus where you are hyper-focusing for a amount of time, and then you take a short break, and then you hyper-focus for an amount of time, and then you take a break repeatedly as a way to be productive. That's the beauty of streaming and being your own boss. Try things and find out what you like. Different people have different ways of flow and studying. Yeah. Yeah, the exact timings and methodologies vary, but it's basically like high impact training, sort of. Except, like it's basically high impact training, but like for your brain. It does not fight for me. Neurocardio don't work for me. Also, Pomodoro asking what Pomodoro means. It is literal means smarter. Okay, what? I think I would be too prone to distraction during the breaks. Oh yeah. Like, getting back into it would be a thing. Getting back into it would definitely be a thing. I need to hit the save button. That would probably be a good idea. Hitting the save button seems like a good idea right now. Why? Because I've just hit a milestone. Eye expression layers, check. Now I need to do the other expression layers. I'm going to start with the face expression layers. So, grab that. And symmetry ruler. Milestone, yippee! Yes! Yes. We like our milestones. Okay. That's blushes. And then the shadow's gonna be like this. Multiply. Undo, 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 undo. Make that white so that we've got a hard edge to work with. Actually fill with white first. Then grab this color. Airbrush. Blah da da ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba bum ba da ba ba da ba da bum. I'm also currently fighting another invasive thought that has been plaguing me on and off for the last 6 months. And I feel like I want to share it. Because why? Because we're busy yapping anyway. I kind of really want to just make someone a VTuber model as a surprise. Invasive thought, yeah. I want to make a male model as a surprise for someone. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. But I want to do something just because it's going to be a portfolio piece and also a way to just make someone's day, you know? I don't know. Something that's been on my mind. I don't have a person in mind yet, but it is something that I want to do. Sounds like fun. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it will be fun. Just hold on a second. One second, guys. I just need to check something quickly. Okay, there we go. Just needed to give someone the name of the font. Font's my least favorite thing. Sounds like fun. Yeah. You a fan? Like, I wanna just do something like that, but like, I don't know who you're referring to, a fan of whom specifically, but like, it's just something that I really want to do. I need to have a male model in my portfolio because it is what I want to actually focus on as far as my model clientele goes, if I am going to be a model mama more often, which is something that I've been working towards for a while now. But I don't have any men in my portfolio yet for VTuber models, and it's bugging me. So I don't have anyone in mind yet, but I really want to do it, and I need to decide if I'm actually going to commit or not. It'll be a big job. People who make male models are rare. Yeah. And I want to specialize in that direction, you know? Because I enjoy drawing men. And it's like, it's where I want to specialize. And I want to improve on that. And until I get the first one, no one's going to trust me with it, you know? So I kind of want to just make one and have it out there. But I don't want to do something for someone who's already got something in the pipeline. So I need to be very careful about things. Because a lot of the people who I do know are preparing for new debuts have already got something in the pipeline. Ugh. How do you find one without sounding like one of those sleazy scam artists? Because I don't want to necessarily make one for another Misthaven character who is not going to get used. Because I'm certainly not going to use a male model. For myself. So... ugh. This is coming from someone who's actively searching for model artists, but I've come across quite a few artists who straight up just refuse to do any male models. I've seen that so frequently! Like, I've seen so many male VTubers saying, where are people who draw men? It's like, why can't you guys find me? It's like, please, just let me draw you guys. Gentlemen, come this way, I beg, I want to draw you. Like, it's actually terrifying. Like, guys, literally every anatomy book out there gives the anatomy for men. Literally every single one of them. Please. How is it that you just straight up refuse to draw men when that's literally all of the reference material? All of the reference material! It's kind of insane now that I think about it. Please let Harrier draw you. But yeah. Oh, and that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Still waiting on the character designer I commissioned before I can actually decide on someone. Yeah, that's the thing. Is the character designer to VTuber artist pipeline is also a thing because sometimes they end up being the same person, sometimes they don't. And then, of course, you've got to pay attention to the fact that depending on what kind of motif you're going for, certain people will have different acceptable commissions policies. Like, I'm someone who's got a tight acceptable commissions policy. There are certain themes that I straight up will not draw. And unfortunately, I do know that that has turned away quite a significant number of my potential clientele. Because there are certain things that I straight up refuse to draw. Thematically. But I think that if you've got people who are in the pipeline of going through the character design process and etc, bloody fish paste, all that jazz, sometimes the character designer and the model artist end up being the same person, sometimes they don't. My model mama designed Andrew my model. I'm proud to be her only kid as of now. Ah, and your model mama did an amazing job. Citrina's model mama did an amazing job, honestly. I'm not happy with that. Let's think. Have I got an effect brush yet for this? That ain't what I'm looking for. Nope. Maybe we can chat about that later? I think we can. I think we can. If you are up for taking the risk on me, I would appreciate it, but we'll see what happens. I'm not going to make assumptions. Just send me a demon and I'll get with my manager about it. Hey, I don't actually know if I've got you on Discord, now that I think about it. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Do I even have you on Discord? I don't think so. Huh. Are we in any mutual servers? I can't think so. I don't think so. I honestly can't remember. I am such a chronic lurker in other people's servers because I don't want to be that person. Who just drops into self-promo. I'm so scared of being perceived that way. And so many of the conversations I actually honestly just don't know anything about. Or can't really contribute because they're all about games. So. You're chill, I added you. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. I see a notification. Here we go. Thank you for finding me. Huzzah. Yay! We shall talk. Because, man, I want to get into my actual target audience soon. It's just been kind of tricky getting there. We shall talk indeed. Yes, looking forward to it. Wahahaha. It's always a slippery slope. This is true. This is true. Makes sense. Male VTubers are also few and far between, but hopefully you'll get found one day. Yeah, like, it's actually weird. They're not as rare as people make them out to be. It's just that, for some obscure reason, the general behavior regarding the male VTubers is, yeah, it's the artists who will work with them that are actually the limitation. Yeah, because there's no lack for clientele. There's no lack for potential clientele. It's legitimately a case of forced rarity because of yeah, like Skyshard says, so few actual artists willing to work with them in the first place. The handful of bad actors amongst the existing ones that have made people generally hesitant to interact. Generally similar content types amongst some of the bigger names that make things sort of indistinguishable a little bit as well. And all of those are little things that when they get added together result in a perception of limitation that is actually not really there, but the perceptions are louder than actuality a little bit. Okay, this is my first time doing actual blood spatter on a VTuber model. For Taya, it's appropriate because War Queen. But so far it's looking pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to behave on the rig. But yeah, I think with the fact that I'm trying to incorporate a distinctive style into my stuff as well, in terms of at least the hair, and trying to develop something that is a manhwa-esque but still distinctive visual language that is recognizable. I think that is probably going to be a little bit of a difference from a couple of the other existing model artists, because there are a couple of distinctive styles, but each of those distinctive styles tends to a single body type. I think with what I want to do, I am going to be flexible across body types as well. So I think I've got that going for me as well. Just a little bit. Speaking of manhwa, read any webtoons. So many. So many. I love my action manhwa. So many. A couple of weeks ago, I actually had a collab with Pessimistic Hype, where I was actually showing him a couple of recommendations from my webtoon list. A very, very small selection. We were reading the first chapters together, and kind of looking at what those go through. Been addicted to Unordinary since release. Yes! Unordinary Club! Woohoo! Unordinary is great. I need to binge again. I started a reread. Whoa, I peeked the microphone. Oops, sorry. I got excited. No, Unordinary is great. I actually started a reread from scratch. 3 days ago. Filler fan out the wilds. Yes. Yeah. Unordinary is amazing. I love Unordinary. Like you forget how chilled it was at the start. Honestly, after getting as far as it is at the moment, like, I am really looking forward to getting through this reread and actually reading the latest arc as well, as a continuation of what has happened so far. Like, I forgot how my poor cinnamon roll, yeah. Oh, so no spoilers to anyone who hasn't read it. Please read it. It's so great. But like, there's so much that's good. There's so much that's good with that. I forgot how early in the comic the teddy bear incident was. Honestly, I forgot how early in the comic the teddy bear incident was. And how much the art has improved. Connection established, yes. It was very, very, very early. Yeah. I thought more happened before the teddy bear, but no, it was like right up there. It was basically inciting incident level. I forgot how early it was. But it was such a important moment that it kind of sticks in your brain as things go along. Or at least it did for me. Gotta remember, we are living it week by week. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's been an interesting, what, 4 or 5 years of Unordinary? Or is it closer to 8 now? I don't remember how long ago the first episodes were. But it's been a journey. Unordinary started while Noblesse was still being published, if I'm not mistaken. Or if not, it's Unordinary started not long after Noblesse finished. And that was 2018? 2019 Noblesse ended? Early 2019? I started reading Noblesse in 2014. Noblesse was still going. Yep. So, Unordinary has been with us for a while. Unordinary has been with us for a while. It is an era. I was keeping up with it as well. Yeah. The fact that Noblesse still has certain things hidden. Even though it's over. Certain very, very fundamental mysteries that have not been solved despite it coming to an end. I heard a rumor that the writer was going to come back to it after finishing Illicide. But I'm not sure. But I hope so. I hope we're going to get something about how things got to starting state. The in-between that we never got on Noblesse. Because there was so much lost in the margins on that one, but it was so good. And then Illicide is like, just you can feel how the writing is definitely the same person, and then it's just matured. Oh man, Big 3. Yeah. Yeah. I unfortunately never got to finish reading Girls of the Wilds before it got pay-gated. Noblesse, God of War, and Tower of God. I never really read God of War. I started reading Hardcore Leveling Warrior, but it also got pagated before I was able to finish it. I was enjoying it. It was crazy, but I was enjoying it. And I believe the artist behind Noblesse ended up drawing the companion story to Hardcore Leveling Warrior, which is X and Dash. That's still going on at the moment. Which I also need to catch up on. It's, there are some that I've been building up a reading buffer about, and X and Dash is on that list of ones that I'm building up a reading buffer. Tower of God, I think I dropped after the first season. Something was not gelling with me in Tower of God. I also never really got into God of High School. Going through my history at the moment. Yeah. I get you. Let me just check something on the site here quickly. Yeah? Know about that, that's fine. Ignorable. Ignorable. Magical High School Girls was one I'd totally forgotten about. I had not heard about that one. I need to write that down because if it's being brought up, it must have been noteworthy. Right? It was one I personally enjoyed? Okay. Let me write that down. It has ended though. Was it on Canvas or was it in Originals? My bad. Uh-oh. Magical 12th graders. Ew, magical 12th graders. That was the true title. Okay. Okay. I feel old now. Yeah. That's the thing that comes with checking out all of the things that you have done historically and realizing, shucks, we've been around the block a little while now, haven't we? It finished back in 2017. Oh wow. Yeah. That'll explain feeling like, oh, it has been a while since that one ended. Like it actually takes active reminding to say that no, 2017 wasn't 5 years ago. It takes conscious effort to remember that sometimes. I have noticed we are a very rare breed of VTubers. How rare? Could a good vet still save us? Are we that rare? Or are we a little bit more cooked than that? Endangered species. You can't drop a rare breed of VTubers and then not elaborate on that. For Harvard. Male VTubers? Yeah. It's... I think it's... Personally, I think that the male VTubers being rare is a myth, because you do exist. Like, I don't know how, but legitimately, the grand majority of people I speak to on the internet, aside from, like, Citrina and Sky Huntress and Rain and I'm actually not on... I actually speak privately with actually terribly few people, but besides the point. The majority of people I actually speak with are male VTubers, so it's like maybe I just don't have the same experience out in the world with this, but like I find the guys easier than I find the ladies. Weird. But then again, it's also because I know who I gel with in conversation by majority as well. Like, most of the people who are active chatters on this channel are guys. Even though I know, according to my YouTube analytics at least, that half of my viewers are female. I don't know what that says, but like, it just means that, okay, the stats indicate that literally half of you guys here are the guys. So, you can't be that rare a species, right? Right? Not sure? We're different. We're different. We're half male. Half boy. Oh my. You know what? Okay. Blush check, face shadow check, blood spatter check, sweat drops check. I still gotta do rage veins, and I've still gotta do the floaties. Okay. But that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Woohoo! I've almost got all the expression pods ready to pull into live TV container. So rage veins. Rage veins. Da 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 dum ba dum bum ba dum. Let's start with that and that. Lock. Grab that color. Shade the edges. Actually, no, just fill. Grab that color. Shade the center. Make it brighter. Make it redder. There we go. That's distinctly visible. There. Or no, do I want to actually have it that loud? Maybe on the inner edge. That looks good. That looks better. Okay, that will work. That will work. That will work. I am happy with that. Okay. And there I do it again. I had such a good streak of not accidentally going into that riff. And then I went into that riff. I had such a good streak. I had months on that streak of not starting to hum that particular riff. Ah, Black Knight by Deep Purple. Don't ask me why that is a riff that lives rent-free in my head. I hardly know the song. But that riff lives rent-free in my head. Save. That is indeed well-timed, Toaster. You got me just as I was finishing the Rage Veins on Teo's model. Woohoo! Almost as bad as those who hear the single piano note from Blackberry. Like, I can understand, hearing an opening note and it being iconic, but like, to be able to hear a single piano note and know that it's specifically that piano note, like that one note on that one particular piano in that one recording studio, sure. Yeah, artwork, and we are indeed a agree. Bruh. I've definitely curated my timeline well. It's like just I encounter you guys more frequently than apparently you guys do. I have definitely curated my timelines then. Your timelines? Yeah, in terms of finding people who I interact with on my social medias. Yeah. You see, how the algorithms work is that it shows you more of what you interact with most frequently. So, I most frequently interact with male VTubers, so it shows me more male VTubers. So, that's how I find you guys, apparently. Now we just need to get it to work the other way around as well, right? So I can draw you guys. Because that's the goal, is for me to be able to draw you guys. I found you on VGen trying to find someone to design my character. That is also true. That is also true. VGen has been a huge help as well, honestly. I don't know how. Did you perhaps? I don't know how you found me specifically for your character design, but I do remember that was an interesting one that came kind of out of the blue. I'm glad we stumbled across each other's paths, but yeah. Male character designs appear to be rare as well. Yeah, that is a direct offshoot from the limited number of artists who are willing to draw men. That's like a direct offshoot. And then if we include that I'm also willing to draw furry and mecha on top of that, and armor, it's like, gal? Yeah, what planet are you from? Because you're not like all these other girls who are just draw pretty girls. Just draw cute girls. Yeah. Mine was especially challenging combat. Yeah, nah. Like, furry dragon with armor scales. Yep, that makes sense, yeah? I found you from scrolling through Twitch, and then later on this art sketch is only allowed to be 15 minutes. You do enjoy draw handsome males. Thank you. I am glad. I am glad. Finding a 3D modeler was also challenging. I can imagine so. I can imagine so. Like, I know in the VR chat sphere there are furry model artists who are specialists in that, but like, finding them. It's like, that's when you secretly close your eyes and make a Fur Affinity account just so that you can find the artist who can help you out. It's like, don't, blinkers on for Affinity account, let's go, do the thing. Find the artist, get out. They never know I was here. Yes, I know that Affinity exists. I already have set account. Yep, yeah. How long has it been? I remember it was right when I was doing interviews. Yeah, I found you. But we found each other on Caribbean Klein's channel, Skyshots. We found each other via Caribbean Klein, who I found because I was scrolling Twitch looking for people who were streaming Final Fantasy XIV because I wanted to get into it again. And then I stumbled over Karu and he was playing and he had a cool vibe. And then he started doing karaoke and then I stuck around. And since then we've kind of been in each other's orbits. I hope Karu is doing okay. I need to check in on him again. One day I'll be able to get the transition animation on your VGen. One day. Looking forward to it. The stingers just take a long time to actually work with. Like, at the moment, the average work time on a stinger animation is like 50 work hours. By the way, my model is almost done. Texturing is finally completed. Well done! Awesome! I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be so cool when it's done. Excitement. Right, let me just make sure that all of this stuff is in a safe for work mode. I'm gonna close Cheeky's model for now. I'm not gonna work on it more tonight. One day I'd like to get a fancy transition as well. One day. One day my model will be ready to be funded and then it can come to life. Gosh. These are the things we work towards, right? These are the things we work towards. Like... almost a whole year for texturing. I can believe that. I kind of went a little bit ham on the scales, I am sorry. Models are expensive. Yes. Models are expensive. Let me just do this. For those of you guys who are not familiar, because I want to show off a little bit, because I can. Just hold up 1 second. For those of you who are not familiar, I'm indeed unfamiliar. Okay. Let me just go here. Filters. Switch off my filters. Boom. This was the character design I did for Krahazik. Just a hair under 2,000 USD for mine. You know, that is totally within expected ranges. Yeah. The scales. I showed off the scalation on the reference sheet, knowing that it's something that could be painted in with normals. And that included the rigging and VR chat version. That is actually a bargain. Wow. You actually got it pretty good. With VR chat conversion, I'd usually expect that to get closer to 3 or 4K. So you got it good. Mine is expected to be around 2.3K. This hurts. Yeah. Like, we got a lot of details on this, actually. Down to where scale stop first starts, etc. I hope that including the high-res eye texture at least saved, like, a half a day. They were hand-painting the normals and textures for the scales. Ooh, yeah. Like, unless you've got those texture brushes in like ZBrush or in Blender, if you've got those pre-set up, it can take quite a while. It can take quite a while. There's a reason why game and cinematic artists have texture templates in their modeling software. That's for sure. Because it means that you can basically put all of that together in a sculpt and then bake it down. She says as if she knows how to actually do this. I just know that it's possible. I've not actually been able to do it myself. But yeah. This was a long project, but it was worth it. And I sincerely hope that it will serve you well when it's complete. By contrast, wings were done in about a day. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that. The wings are actually pretty chill. The wings are actually pretty chill. Like, really super straightforward. But if nothing else, you're gonna look epic in lighting scenarios, that's for sure. And if you're lucky, you're gonna also... And I thought of an additional effect for moments. Ooh, nice. Nice. Yeah. I don't know if it's in your scope, but if you also get yourself... yeah. I don't know if your model is being built in Blender or a different software package, but depending on where it's being rigged and textured, if you can get an animation ready file as well, an animation ready format, either the blend file, okay, if it's being rigged in Blender and everything as well, then you'll actually be able to do the animation native in Blender to do your own stringer transitions in Blender with your actual model. So that is cool. That is cool. Like, if you don't have it native, then sometimes you need to go via MMD to do your animations. Planning on it? Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, when you've got 3D, all of a sudden it opens up your options for additional content creation so much. It's one of the reasons why I'm quite eager to do Harrier 3D as well. Eventually. Like, I am... As I sit here, I have been in two minds since looking at all of these. If I should even bother with Harrier 2.0 being a live 2D, if I should just close my eyes and focus on making it in 3D. Ugh. Man, I remember messing around with MMD. Yeah, MMD was my entry. MMD was my gateway into 3D art, honestly, and in VR chat as well. I was back in 2010 though. Yeah, I got into it in like 2012. I was a 2012er. It was actually not long after my first introduction to the interwebs was 2012. Before then, I was pretty much just on... You go to Wikipedia briefly for school projects, but then you get out as soon as possible because the internet is full of weird people. And now I'm one of the weird people. But I'm not the dangerous kind of weird, thankfully, hopefully, mostly. Depends on who you ask. Yeah, I'm not the kind of dangerous person. Bye. Anyway, I was always one of the weird people. Yeah, no. No, it's with my introduction to the internet, I was introduced basically on DeviantArt, and I was on DeviantArt for about a half a year before I got so sick of seeing Hatsune Miku in my fan arts notifications box and wondering, who in the blazes is this Hatsune Miku? And I finally googled her. And then I fell into the Vocaloid rabbit hole. And then I fell into MMD. And then I fell into 3D modeling. And then I got here. Oh, yeah. It's crazy, it's crazy, it's crazy. I'm still on DA technically. Wow. Wow. I closed my account. Sure. Actually left DA not long after their rebrand. Not long after their rebrand I left, and I'm kind of glad I got out when I did. But yeah. I have fond memories of that place, but man. I still have all of my old works on DA. Oh wow. Just like Alice, you fell hard. I fell hard. Like 300 plus pieces. Oh wow. Yeah. Now I think I did like, in my history on DeviantArt, I think I did like 5 purges of old stuff that I felt was just too cringe before I finally deleted my account. I did so many purges. There's probably still stuff floating around, maybe, but like, I purged hard. Let me just switch my pixels back on. But yeah. That was how we got to this point, basically. But yeah, I'm looking at these live makes again, and I'm thinking, do I really want to do this in live 2D, or do I want to just bite the bullet and build it in 3D? Like, I have had a half-done base mesh in 3D for a year that I'm pretty happy with, actually. I just need to actually get my blend shapes done on it. I need to get the facial blend shapes. Yeah. Now you're an anime girl on the industry. Yep. Might consider commissioning you for some room furnishings. Okay. We can build a room. Be aware that if that things like books and plants and stuff may come out off of Blender Kit. Because that free resource is something that is immensely useful. But that's why it exists, is to make 3D artists and game devs' lives easier. Right? But yeah, I would be totally down for it. I have no idea how to convert it for things like VR chat, etc. Works for me, been using Blender Kit for materials. Yeah, Blender Kit is great. Blender Kit is honestly great. But yeah, I'd be happy to assist with building a room for you. Like, functional things like doing the Unity conversions into VR chat is a little above my pay grade at the moment. I'm still learning how to rig. So, with that and getting things like the texturing on corsets, etc., and clothing modeling. The hard body stuff is actually okay, but the clothing modeling I'm still very noobish about in Blender, and I'm still working on that. It's the thing that I'm going to be tackling after finally conquering the facial blend shapes. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Sure. I love the live 2D. Don't get me wrong, but I think for myself I want to work in 3D for myself. It is something that I've been working towards for like a year. So I need to just actually get around to sitting around in Blender and actually plugging through the work. One issue I have with my ship and building designs is I get stalled once the major spaces are built and it's getting into the details of furnishing the rooms and such. Like, once you know what the utilities of the space ought to be, it helps. So like with cargo rooms, etc., etc., there's not much in terms of furnishings that you actually need. So depending on the use case for your ships, you might get away with designing yourself a couple of generic storage boxes for your cargo holds to say, okay, standard size, standard issue, etc. Put it on a pallet and shove it in there, stack them 3 high. But when it comes to things like your barracks, etc., you need to start thinking about things like, okay, what are actual functional things that one needs in a space like this? How is the space going to perform its task? Then you need to write down a list of, okay, these are the things that each particular room needs. If you're in a barracks, you need a bunk. You need an ablution space, etc., etc. Crew quarters, lounges, galleys, office, labs, medical bay. The labs and medical bays are probably going to be the toughest ones because there's no domestic equivalent necessarily. But like if you functionally go around your own abode and you think, okay, I need a place where I can sleep, I need a place where I can wash up, I need a place where I can do laundry, I need a place where I can prepare food, or if food comes pre-packaged, I need a place where I can make it edible. In eating quarters, what exists in my recreational spaces, what equipment is found in a gym that would be important for the rec room, if there is an internal greenhouse on board, what kind of foodstuffs, fresh foodstuffs need to be put in there, how does an aeroponics or an aquaponics system look, etc. Because those are the things that will help populate that space. Now that I think about it, once upon a time I did actually build an aeroponics farm in 3D. That was a while ago! Wow! Tangent! Wow! I've done crazy stuff! Wow. But yeah. In terms of labs, you need to think about, okay, what kind of lab is this? Is it mostly dealing with plant matter? Is it mostly dealing with metals? Is it mostly dealing with rocks? Are you breaking stuff apart? Are you assembling things? Is it more of a lab or is it more of a workshop? Do you have a maintenance station? Do you have a maintenance room? It's just a matter of getting the models and actually placing things around. Yeah. But like, if you need to go and isolate each space into its purpose and think for yourself, okay, what practicalities do I need to solve problems for? You can compartmentalize from there. And then say, okay, this block rough out where you're going to put your tools. Hang those on the wall. And then see, okay, what tools are readily available as pre-existing models, and what do I need to make from scratch, etc., etc., etc. And when it comes to those sorts of loose hanging items, I don't know what your use case is for your ship models, but researching similar spaces on ocean-going craft has been helpful. Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's totally. I can see that being the case. I can totally see that being the case. Ah. Yeah. But no, look at... if you go from, okay, you've got your space, and then you start compartmentalizing your thinking into one room at a time. And then, okay, the only thing thereafter being finding the resources that you need to plug in the holes. It does make things an awful lot easier. What happens use case wise with your models is also an important thing, because when it comes to finding the right small things to fill in those tiny last little details, that's where your poly count on your model skyrockets. So, I don't know where you plan on using these ships specifically. If you plan on pulling them into VR chat as environments, or if you plan on using them for animations or whatnot, but that is going to have a massive impact on the amount of stylization, etc., that goes into the things that you're going to populate the space with. And if you're going to be pulling it into Unity for interactivity and things like that, or into another game engine for interactivity and things like that, then you might want to actually, instead of populating your rooms in Blender, you might actually want to populate in your final build. In your game engine. So those are all the little considerations that you're going to need to take into account. Because if you're populating your instances in Blender, it's going to make the single object load into Unity crazy, and probably it's going to impact your ability to make things interactive. So those are things you need to take into consideration when you get into those smaller details. And that is the hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Woo-hoo! For someone who's never actually developed a game or finished a functional 3D model, I speak as if I know what I'm doing. That's hilarious. Arbitrary, superficial knowledge on a broad range of topics. Oh, my word. It's insane. But no. I really want to... at some point I would like to make a game. You'll get there, you'll get there. Soon enough, soon enough. I'm sure the opportunity will arise. It's all just being about knowing what you're making the game about, right? At the end of the day. What I have learned from following a couple of game devs that I have in my following list. I have a really weird following list. Wow. Cosplayers, game devs, VTubers, artists, animators, motion graphics people. It's an insane spread. Musicians. But yeah. One thing that I have learned from the couple of game devs that I'm following is that if you want to get into game development, don't start with your dream game. Don't start with your dream game. Write your idea down for your dream game. That's cool. But then start looking at making small mechanics. Make small games with a little mechanics. It'll give you the dopamine shot to say, oh, I have finished a thing. And then once you've made a whole bunch of mechanics that work, then you can start copying those mechanics into your dream project. Because what is a game if not a combination of mechanics, right? A combination of mechanics with cool wrapping paper. I love game devs, they're all so sweet. I know what I want to do, but lack the coding expertise. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I know that the visual coding languages and the node-based approaches actually do cover all that you need for your development. That are now those node-based operations are now covered in all of the major game engine platforms. All of the major ones do contain a node-based coding system, which does actually have everything you need to code a thing. And that helps. It helps. So, like, if you are familiar with the nodes in Blender, for example, then similarly to that, familiarizing yourself with what the node groups in something like Unity would do does help to actually pull your ideas into that. Because even in Blender, you could actually export all of what you do in, for example, GeoNodes. You could export that as a Python script. Which is kind of insane, I think. I think it's Python. I can't remember. Not that it's something that I would ever do, but it's something that's doable. There's a reason why, for a whole bunch of stuff, it says, pull it into Blender, run script. And then nodes appear. It's crazy. No clue how to use the most of the nodes in Blender. Yeah, that's fair. Like, there are a lot of them, and the 80% rule says that you're going to get 80% of the work done with 20% of the features. So, the likelihood that you ever need to learn all of them is very, very low. You only end up learning the ones that actually help you on the day-to-day basis. For the rest of it, there's YouTube. But yeah. The same thing goes basically for the major node groups in any other node-based software. 80% of the work is going to be handled by 20% of the features. You don't need to learn all of them, just the ones that you're going to use most frequently, and for everything else, there is the community tutorials. I used to use some of the materials nodes to develop procedurally generated materials, but can't export those to Unity. Yeah, those need to get baked. Those need to get baked into an actual texture map. Those need to get baked before they'll carry across. Like, you actually need to bake those down to a UV. So, at the end of the day, you're never going to escape UV unwrapping. That's the one thing with all of your 3D stuff. You're never going to escape UV unwrapping. I have no idea how to do that, though. Oh, okay. Which is unfortunate. Mark seam is your friend. Select edge, seam, mark seam. That is going to be your friend. And separating things into different objects, that's going to be your friend. Like, big time. Like, mark edge just makes, just hardens normals, I think. But mark seam is for cutting UVs into islands. I know that for hard body work, UV unwrapping is a little bit different than for organics. But basically, as long as you make sure to put your seams in places that are less visible, so like 90-degree corners, or at the back end of a pipe, or places like that, then it should be easier to get things to behave the way you want them to. The main thing is that you need to be mindful of the size of your textures, and get the balance between data size on your textures and real resolution that you actually need. Like, you should be able to get away with a fairly low resolution on your big simple areas, but yeah. Most of my individual textures are like 1024. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's okay. When you start sitting with like 508k textures, then you need to worry a little bit, because that's when computers start screaming. But if you've got 1024 textures with like 5 objects on a map, if they happen to cut nicely for that, then you should be okay. The more efficiently you can stack your islands on a single map, the better, basically. And if you've got a single map that you can reuse for multiple objects, even better. So like modularity when you're dealing with your hard body stuff is very, very useful. So you could, for example, have, if you've got a repeating sort of motif, you could select you could separate all of those same repeating elements into the same sort of islands, and then basically stack all of those UVs on top of each other in a single spot on a map. So that they get the same pattern. It's quite useful. Most of the time it's more like one surface using most of the texture, and most of the surfaces on the object are like that, and multiple objects using the same texture. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. You're okay. I'm assuming in that instance that surface does not necessarily mean plane, because if it's a single plane, then that's oof. That's oof. But if you're talking individual surfaces, then you should be okay. Like for a bunch of, say, steel parts using just a single steel texture? No, all good, all good. Then you're okay. The cube is 6 surfaces. Ooh, those are individual planes. Ooh. Yeah, those are individual planes. Yeah, if you're dealing with okay, if you're dealing with stuff that's like big flat things, then yeah, sure, okay, good enough. But as soon as you're dealing with things that are maybe like slight curves or something like that, then it's got like single face is the word I'm looking for, not plain face. If you've got like a single face per texture on your generally flat but not quite objects, then things get a little bit wild. Once again, she says as if she's actually an experienced 3D modeler. Curves start to get complicated with the mapping. Yeah. Just a little. Cutting those out is an interesting thing. So yeah. Guys, help me make my decision. Am I actually going to make Harrier V2 in Live 2D, or am I going to do it in 3D? Help me make my decision before I start committing to actually making the 2D art. Help me commit to a decision before I start the stuff. Please. I am sitting torn. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Between Scylla and Charybdis, I am in danger of being torn asunder by the depth of this great decision that will determine the hours that I invest. Help me! Help me! I am confuzzlement. Oh. Just sacrifice 6 men. You'll make it through. Here's the thing. I don't have the capacity to do both. I don't have the capacity to do both. I have the base mesh in 3D already in existence, and the base mesh already looks good. I just haven't been able to finish the blend shapes and the rigging, and I haven't started modeling the clothing yet. It's been sitting in that state for practically a year. I don't know. Because it does mean that the live make goals on the Donathon that have been sitting on screen for the last half an hour is going to change how it looks quite drastically. But it'll be worth if I do it. And I've been saying for like a year already that I really want to get into it. So. If you can't sacrifice the 6 men, just light up 6 torches. Yes. Who needs sleep, right? Me, I need sleep. I need sleep. I am weak. It's gonna change how the live makes on the Donothon goals look. But it will be worth. It will be worth that. That is at the end of the day what it's gonna boil down to, isn't it? That's what it's gonna boil down to. Okay, I'm writing this on the wall then. I'm writing this on the wall then. The goal. I've got to deliver Teo and Cheeky before the end of November. That's the deadline on those two. The goal then will be to complete Harrier V2 before the end of January in 3D. Let me say this again. If we're going to do this in 3D, Harrier V2, I need to deliver the models for Teo and Cheeky before the end of November. Those are the deadlines. But if I'm going to do this, my goal is to finish Harrier V2 in 3D before the end of January. That is going to be the foundational base version of Harrier V2 in the current outfit, and then from there, live makes on the toggles, like the hairstyle toggle and the outfit toggles. All of that is going to be 3D. Are we in agreement that I can set that as a working goal to work towards as a matter of we're writing this on the wall and I'm being held accountable if I do not actually manage to get that right. Yeah. Okay. No pressure. It's just all of the pressure. I need the pressure. Otherwise it's not going to happen. I need to pretend that someone is actually paying me to do this. Just as long as you don't lose too much sleep over it. Oh my word. Sky and Krasaki just switched platforms on us. But okay. If that were the case, Yeah, I need to pretend that someone is paying me to do this. I need to pretend that someone is paying me to do this. Otherwise, it's not gonna happen. I'm now on both. Huzzah! Yeah. Ah, fun. Ah, fun. Yeah. Yeah. It's just that the thing is that I keep putting Harrier 3D aside because I am prioritizing things that are actually paying me to do the thing, right? And I'm trying to get the writing stuff out the way as well on the Misthaven project so that I can actually make actual content that'll incentivize people to actually, you know, stick around. But like, it's just a matter of getting to the point where I am less dependent on, you know, the monthly paycheck. Yeah. Reminds me I need to build a set of stairs for a tower. Ooh. Towers! Fun. Towers are fun. Yeah, it's just wild. I've got a lot in my plate, and a lot of stuff I've been procrastinating on because I've had to prioritize other things. And it's been a little bit of a catch-22 between needing to have enough coming in to cover, you know, the normal day-to-day expenses, which on my current take-home, which is honestly not enough to fill all the holes that need to be filled, but like just if I just go yeah, so currently I'm operating on approximately $300 a month is what I need to cover my personal expenses, and it's not enough because there's holes that are not being filled, like for example the shower that's been broken for like 3 months, etc. It's not the only hole that needs to be plugged, but I'm not going to regale you with all of that madness. I need to quadruple that income actually for the sake of my household, but I am not there yet. And it's frustrating talking about this, but I feel like for the sake of transparency, so that you guys know what's going on in my head and why I am not the fastest at making just other content aside from commission work, it's because I need to prioritize the commission work for that particular reason. Which is why the whole Donothon for the graphics tablet has been a big deal, is because basically the Donothon goal is like 7 months worth of money. I could not put that aside on my own. I could not put that aside on my own. Financial talk is always stressful, yes. Financial talk is always stressful. And I'd really like to get to the point where I don't have to beg for money. Honestly. If I can get to the point where I can make cool stuff that people just think, hey, this is cool, I'd like to support that, without me having to necessarily ask, I would feel happy. And if I could have things on my VGen store that is a perpetually available thing that people can find useful, that, okay, boom, there is content that people can purchase if they so desire it, without me necessarily having to say, this exists, buy my stuff. Because they're actively finding it. That would be cool. I have an idea for a thing that I can put on my VGen store. It's a pretty big thing. And it's going to take me some time to develop it. Like, a significant amount of time to develop it, but it would be so worthwhile. That does remind me back on that talk about how a few artists don't do male models. Yeah, it's just it's one of those long catch-22s that we're all stuck in. Also male emotes and cover arts. Yeah. It's male art in general. Like, you either find not safe for work artists, or you're looking for unicorns, frankly, because the artists who work on it is so hard to find. It's actually insane. They're either hopelessly over busy, or they're not safe for work artists, or they are impossible to find. It's one of the three. Like, of them, congratulations on being one of the unicorns. Yeah, now I just need to be found. Like, I feel like, if I had to put this into an analogy, I feel like I am a relic sitting at the back end of a dungeon, waiting for the dungeon to be discovered. I'm thinking, when, oh when, is the hero's party going to come and claim the holy sword that is sitting, rotting in this rock in the bottom of a monster-infested pit? Let me be useful! Let me slay! And make the heroes shine. Goals! Goals, right? But yeah. It's fun. This is the fight, this is the journey, this is what we're all working towards, right? And we've got cool projects on the go. There are cool projects on the go. It's just taking time and prioritizing and balancing things out at the end of the day. That's what the entire journey is about. I just got a really cute message. Aww. I will respond to it in due time. But yeah, no. Yeah. So, Harrier 3D. Woohoo. I'm half tempted to open it up to just see what its status is. Shall I? Shall I? I know I know I'm in the process of doing blend shapes. That's where I was last. I think I was working on eye blend shapes. I think. Oh yes, I was working on eye blend shapes. The thing with working with 3D is that for each blend shape, you have to work with a lot of meshes. So, for example, with the eyes, you are not only dealing with the skin object, you're also dealing with the various lash objects, and sometimes even the eyebrow objects. And you've got to make sure that all of those are working appropriately per blend shape, and that clipping weirdly doesn't happen as you go in between blend shapes as well. So it is a little bit of an interesting thing. Like, mouth is a combination of skin, it is a combination of mouth interior, tooth, tongue. So that's like 4 objects. Skin, mouth interior, tooth, tongue. Because depending on the kind of rig you're doing, upper teeth may or may not change shape as well. So that's potentially its own object as well. Eyebrows requires movement of both eyebrows and skin. And that's then across, if we're doing AR kit, which is what my goal is, because I am investing. What my plan is, if I can still get the graphics tablet on special, I should have enough left from the Donothon funds to invest in an iPhone to be able to do the proper iPhone rigging on Teo's model, because Teo is using iPhone tracking anyway. Which is why I'm procrastinating on the mouth, is because the mouth shapes are breaking, and I'm pretty sure half of it's got to do with the fact that I've got improper inputs because I'm trying to cheat the system via vBridger. So I need to have the iPhone to be able to actually finish Teo's model. And that being the case, it will mean that I'll be able to actually use the AR kit on 3D as well, which is going to be really, really useful. And that's 52 blend shapes. That's 52 blend shapes across easily 5 to 10 objects. Or between 2 and 5 objects per blend shape. So that is a lot of little objects that need to be moved. That's a lot of little orange dots that need to go through 3-dimensional space. It's wild. It's wild. Of course, I'm also not using I'm using a custom base mesh. I'm not using whatchamacallit. Hydrates. I'm not using Vroid. That's the word I was looking for. I'm not using a Vroid base that I'm editing, so it's a lot to go through. It's a lot to go through. Yeah. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages and let us take a sip. Like, I don't see myself doing 3D character modeling for VTubers in a hurry. Like, if I can get my own stuff done, great. Happiness, check. I do have a dream in the back of my mind to make all of the Misthaven characters in 3D, because then I'll be able to do like animation stuff with it. But that's like long-term planning. Long-term planning, because it's a lot. And yeah, I can't necessarily say, okay, we're gonna make it all happen just straight up. Are we talking about male VTubers again? Yeah, we were indeed talking about the male VTubers again, and kind of toggling between the scarcity of people who will work with them, the technicalities of working with them, and then toggling between that and the 3D workflow, which I am using for... I've basically committed to building Harrier V2 in 3D. That is basically what this conversation has circled back towards at the moment, and I was just yapping about the process and procedures that are involved in that. It's kind of wild. Like, it's basically what we've circled back to after going through a whole series of tangents is that I was not sure if I was going to commit to making Harrier V2 art for Live 2D, or if I was going to just skip it and go straight to the 3D, because I've had a half-done 3D sitting on my hard drive for the longest time. And while, yeah, I'm not yet sure if I have... I know at the moment I do not yet have the skill set that I need to be able to commercialize this. I would like to develop the skill set to be able to potentially commercialize this, if the demand exists. But before that, I need to actually hone the skills. Harrier V2 is going to basically be step 1 of that process. Building the rest of the Misthaven characters is going to be step 2 of that process. And then, supposing that I get good at that, then, and supposing I can use that as a foundation of making base meshes off of which I can customize other people's models, then maybe I can look at commercializing the 3D models. Because I've got a couple of different body types for my Misthaven cast. Like Harrier is sort of the petite athletic build, sort of. There is also I've got a couple of characters with very, very, very different body types in Misthaven, now that we're talking about it, but like it's a lot that I need to make, because I do want to do some stuff with some animation madness later down the line, because animation is fun, and I have been wanting to dive into 3D animation for the longest time. Like, I recently got Pierrick Picot's latest batch of 3D mannequins for animation practice. Like, I recently shared a bunch of stuff of his with how I made this short animation where he was introducing those new mannequins. And resources like that are really helpful to actually just get back into the animation sweating things. But at the end of the day, when you're doing this sort of stuff, as a solo content creator, you want to have your own stuff so that you can make your own content, not necessarily have only learning content that you're busy with all the time, you know? The tricky part I think I've seen is a feedback loop situation with regard to 3D. Availability of models and features can lead to more people looking to do that, while a demand or lack of demand driving interest in modelers being available. Yeah. Like, my primary issue is an issue of budget. If I had all of the money in the world, I can probably kick 15 3D modelers out from under a bush who would be willing to work on this project and and between which we could get stylistic consistency to be able to get these models available. If we had all of the budget in the planet. And they would know what they're doing an awful lot better than what I do, and they would be great. But that is, at the end of the day, the thing is, if you have a cool idea, half of the time, the first problem that anyone runs into is startup capital. At the end of the day, every single project you can think of, first problem that people run into is startup capital. And amongst us, all of us who are here, I believe, are VTubers, we all know that we have experienced firsthand, until you get the budget to get your first character design or buy your first pre-made model, if you can't find a free one that vibes with you, that first step budget restriction before you can start doing the thing to invest back into doing the thing better, it is a hurdle. So, at the moment, the pre-production that I'm working on, hopefully, if I can do this right, I am planning on something that will, if nothing else, give us the opportunity to crowdfund something interesting later down the line. Because at the end of the day, I do not like investments. I like crowdfunding. Like, I do not like debt investments and shareholding investments. Like, I know business-wise, with certain huge sums that need to be invested in certain enterprises, it is a necessity to get into debt. I just don't like debt. I would rather crowdfund a thing, knowing that half of the job, well, that all of the conceptual work and a lot of the background work is already done, so that it's literally just paying for the things that are the final hurdles, and then actual making of the things can take place. cool, check. Happiness. I would love to be able to be in that position. I just need to actually invest the time into finishing all of the background work that I would need to be able to create the crowdfunding thing that people can say, oh, this is a project that I'm actually interested in backing. And that's one of the ideas that I have behind this Haven as well. So what exactly my vision for Misthaven is in the long term is something that's between me and eternity and the lamppost. But for now, I have a couple of interim steps that I'm working towards to make it at least a concept that is sellable and a concept that is something that I can share with people and generate interest and generate, ooh, this is actually a fun, interesting thing. And that's goals at the end of the day. That's goals at the end of the day. Like, it would be really, really, really fun if I can get this right to actually have some cross-media experience that is probably going to end up happening with it. And I think that it's very doable. It's just going to take a time investment. And I have invested time in this last year into this, quite significantly as well. Which is how we've gotten to the point where I can feel confident enough to actually say that I have a project that I'm working on that I believe is going to go places because I've already invested time into it. I know where it's going and I know what its potential scopes are. So it's not like I'm sucking airy fairy dreams out of the ether. It's already existing. It's just needing to get polished to the point where it can be put out. And it's exciting. It's exciting to be able to say, okay, I've got stuff in the works and it's gonna be cool. And you don't need to know who I am from a bar of soap to be able to potentially enjoy it. And I think that's cool. Because it's stuff like that can be enjoyed in isolation. That is, one, valuable as a content creator to have, like, obviously expanding your reach, etc., all of that jazz. But also for people who are maybe just looking for something more to spend time with and enjoy. Like, people like enjoying stuff, right? We look for stuff that is enjoyable. And I want to make stuff that makes people happy. To sit and experience a thing. Or to look at it and say, ooh, that's cool. I want to make something like this. Or, ooh, I like that character design. I want to cosplay that. Joshua, I want to enjoy stuff. Yes, enjoying stuff is generally nice. Like, I enjoy making stuff, and I enjoy making it fun to interact with things. So, my goal is to make cool stuff that people can enjoy. And inspire other people to make cool stuff too. Life goals, yes. Yes. We just want to make cool stuff, right? I make stuff because I enjoy making stuff, and we want to make the cool stuff to show people the cool stuff. So, cool stuff is in process. Cool stuff is in process. It's going to continue to be in process, and it's... I honestly feel like if I ever get to the point where I stop making cool stuff, it's either because I've run out of ideas, or it's because... I don't know, I've been hit by a train or something. Which will take a lot of doing because I live nowhere near trains. One reason I'm looking to export some of my ships to VR chat is so people can enjoy the ships. Yeah, like that would be really cool. Like, I've been thinking this for a while, but I've actually been meaning to get into VR chat at some point. I have no clue what the place is like. I just know that it's a place that facilitates a lot of interactions with people, which in its own is something scary. But like, I would like to get into more RP things, and I said this yesterday as well, but I'd like to get into more RP things. I'd like to get into more acting things. Have Crow and we drag you in one of these days? That would be cool. That would be cool. Honestly. Because I do not want to go into there unaccompanied. I'm not a heavy VR chat player. Yeah. Like, the thing with chat rooms, and this is what I've noticed across a couple of iterations of chat rooms that I have observed quietly from the sidelines over time, is that a chat room is only as good as the people in it and the point of the chat room. Maybe the three of us can do a group thing. That would actually be fun. My social anxiety hinders me in VR chat. Yeah, like, you need to be in a safe space if you're going to do a thing. It takes a very, very special kind of person, a very special kind of introvert, who can walk into any scenario full of strangers and be comfortable. Like, that is a very special type of human, and I am not that type of human. Like, by any stretch of the imagination. On the internet, doubly so. So safe spaces are definitely something that would be necessary. And this is actually the first time I'm vocalizing this now that I think about it, but like, I would love to be able to have a network of people that we can say, okay, this is a safe space. Whoops, I'm an omnivert, so being social is something I like doing. Yeah, like, I also enjoy being social a lot, but I want to not feel under threat going in. I have no problem with meeting new people, but I want to know that I'm meeting people in a safe space. It's like, how can I phrase this? It's the same sort of sense of self-preservation that goes into, okay, you're going to a flea market and you're not carrying all of your cash loose in your hand. You know? Like, going into a place with unknown people for a conversation sort of thing, that is like going into a flea market with all of your cash in your hand. It's sort of begging for trouble. You could probably get through the entire day without someone snatching all of it away from you. But at the same time, there's just a bigger risk of you suffering losses. Mentally, emotionally, suffering humiliations, etc., etc. I think that's what makes VLC nice. It's kind of safe. If you don't like someone, you can just delete them from your view. So far, I've been unable to bring myself to jump into a public world. Yeah, you see, that's the thing. It's the public worlds. In my earlier days of the interwebs, I found myself in a public world chat room type space, and it was very strange because on some days it would be very RP heavy, and on other days it would be casual chat, and I did not make any lasting connections there, and I did not make any particular friends there. I sort of half slotted into an RP group here or there, but it's like, there was no organization, no setting, no blah to work with, and it was difficult. It was difficult to find, okay, how was this interaction actually supposed to work? And it was awkward and it was horrible. So if you're going to be in a public space like that, or a public interactive space like that, scope is important. Mandate is important. And That's where I look at things like all of these organized Minecraft RP servers that have a theme and an organizer that incites a plot of some description to drive the entire thing along. It's helpful. It's really, really helpful. But like, just casually walk into a room and be yourself and just say hi. Insert awkward silence because no one knows how to do small talk here. Not my vibe, not my vibe, not my vibe. No. If I could get involved in something like an organized RP like that, I would love to. But that's not exactly been something that has been an option available to me up until this point. I would love to get involved in something, but yeah, small talk is hard. Like, just mandate is important, scope is important, purpose of existence is important. For me, personally. I think that's one of the reasons why I feel comfortable yapping in my own streams, but it's like, when I am visiting other people's streams, I'm usually a chronic lurker, because I don't feel mandated to actually say much. When I got into Second Life, it was a Star Trek roleplay group that got me into going, and then I discovered building things. You see, that makes sense. You are going with a purpose, and then you segue into other things, right? And that's also, like, one of the things that I struggle with collaborations as well, is that a lot of people only collaborate with people that they are friends with. I generally make friends doing things with people. Like, I can't just go into DMs with someone and say hi, and then try and build a connection with them, because there's no mandate, no foundational connection point, nothing to get grip, right? And then when you are dealing with people who only collaborate with people who are already their friends, it's hard to actually get the foot in the door to say, I am someone who connects with people doing a thing together. The doing a thing together is the important thing that builds the connection for me. So long as we agree to do the thing together in a way that's mutually respectful and we feel safe in each other's presence. But a lot of people don't feel safe in each other's presence until they've already been in conversation with them for a long time, which I don't get into because I've not got the mandate to talk about something with someone because I don't do this small talk thing. The catch-22, it just keeps on going. The circle keeps spinning. So getting that first foot in the door is hard, but I think once one does, it does generally make the social circles a little bit easier. It makes things a bit easier to connect with other people, etc. And it's hard getting that first step. And as with so many other things, first step feels like it's a mile long. But with that, if you can get that first person to trust you, if you can get that first person to open the door, and you treat that opportunity with the respect for the person and appropriate mountains full of gratitude and appropriate respect for the scenario and what is going on in the space, and the processes and procedures and rules involved, and you just generally don't be weird about things unnecessarily, then it makes making those genuine connections easier, and it makes generally just life more enriching. Like, I don't want to make this all about content, right? This conversation is not all about content. It's about generally interacting with people on the internet. And it's not always straightforward, because in a content creator community, and I tend to dislike using the word community because it becomes an industry very, very easily. You need to be respectful of the fact that we're actually in an industry, and you need to treat people as you would treat your colleagues. But at the same time, you also need to treat people as if they're not resources, because they're not. And it's a balance that a lot of people do struggle with. And it's it's something that we've all seen on our social media feeds being struggled with by a lot of people. Like every day, every other day, I get 1 or 2 people on my For You page saying, "What's with these VTubers and just using everyone?" Right? Use and abuse. And those are the sorts of posts that turn into negativity spirals, right? And it's like, yeah, you are here to make friends. You're here for a fundamentally different purpose. Being a content creator is also not necessarily just a hobby. For some of us, it is a lifeline. In which case, we're not going into it as hobbyists, we're going into it as industry professionals. And that makes a very different kind of interaction on a lot of levels. From people who are just there to have fun. And if they make a buck on the side, hey, great. Yeah, I am sitting here as a very small industry professional, basically. That is my current stance on where I am in the VTuber industry. But that does not preclude me from also wanting to have genuine connections with people. So, the idea of making those connections is great, to be able to say, okay, yes, I do actually have friends. Wow, awesome. That most of the connections that I make start out with as either referrals or people I'm following or potentially clients who I've worked with, etc. The ways that I've been introduced to people so far has been it's been interesting. Like, I think Citrina and Sky Shards are probably the 2 people here who I personally can say confidently, I only know you because we've been in the same orbits of other people. And it's not been a client-first relationship of some description or another. It's kind of really weird. But also I'm grateful for that as well, because it makes things different. Like, it's like Prahazik was initially a client. Bread was initially a client. It fundamentally changes how one approaches your interaction with that individual, right? So one doesn't want to necessarily overreach in places that you're not sure where you stand with people. And especially when you have a business first connection, it's very easy for that to happen. And I'm very, very cautious of that. So when an organic interaction or an organic connection takes place, it is something so precious that I cannot actually put it into words. It's a feeling bigger than what I can put words to. And yeah, long story short, guys, no matter how you got here, I appreciate you. And I want to make sure that you know that I do not want to treat you guys as a resource, even though I speak about money so frequently, because it's kind of the big axe over my head on the daily basis. So, need to let things occur naturally and not try to force something more than there is. Exactly. So, yeah. I appreciate you, and I don't want you to feel like I'm treating you as a resource. Because I don't want to. So, it's just a long way of circling back to... We've got things that we've got to deal with. But the connections at the end of the day are worth. And I don't mean connections in the industry sense. I mean connections as in the personal sense. It's on a fundamentally human level worth everything to have those connections. Money doesn't buy happiness, but I wouldn't say no to a casual extra $200 in my pocket for food. Yeah. It's kind of difficult to make friends when you have starved to expiration. But that's the hydrate, so guys. Cheers to organic development of interpersonal connectivity. May we treat each other fundamentally and universally with the love and respect that we all deserve. Yeah? I think we can cheers to that. Tinkety tonk. Yes, I just used my empty coffee mug to chink against my glass water bottle. For the sound effect. Ah, fun times. Fun times. That's it. I hope you guys were productive today. I know we were on my side. There was a lot of stuff that we got done. Cheeky has hands now that are shaded, so Cheeky is done. Teo has pretty much all of the expression layers save for the floaties. Teo now also has toes. Woohoo. And the beginnings of a neck piece. So soon there are going to be fresh layers that can be drawn into the live 2D. So yay, check. I got some conduits run in a launch bay. Awesome. I was pretty productive and I'm ready for bed. Yeah. Ah, that sounds good. Being productive is great. So yeah, we managed to get quite a couple of things done. I'm a happy camper. I hope that you guys had fun and were able to be productive as well. We had a good yap right in the end of that. That was fun. I enjoy a good yap. It's nice to be able to yap. All about all sorts of madness. Yeah. One of these days we'll also be able to start yapping about other things too. Woohoo. But yeah. I think I'm gonna drop this one little thing. I'm gonna give you this guys one last little teaser. Just for today, because it's been living rent-free in my mind since I decided on the format of the first thing that we're gonna be dropping for Mist Haven. When it drops, I am going to be streaming a first exposure to it. And when that happens, I would like to have some people join me on that for some voice acting things. And it's going to be a series. So, for everyone who is on the behind the scenes team, for Misthaven, stop brushing up on your voice acting. And for everyone else, I do hope that I will be able to invite some of you to be able to participate as well. I am going to be sneakily getting all of the things I need in place for that. It's going to take quite a bit of time. So you're getting ample time to practice, because at some point I am going to host auditions for the other Misthaven characters. So, it won't be in a hurry, but at a point in the future I'm going to be hosting auditions for the other Misthaven characters, for voicing for that. And I am going to be inviting those people who are going to be voicing Misthaven characters to join me when I drop the first Misthaven drop. And we are going to have a first exposure, which is going to be a series of streams, which are probably going to be collabs. And I hope that it will go well, because it'll be a collab of a scale that I have never done before, and it's very exciting to think about. But I need to actually get through things. I wouldn't mind VA1. I remember you having a really cool voice as well, so I'm pretty sure it would be awesome having you on board. Still working on my voice reel at the moment. Ooh, nice. Yeah, but well, when I do the public post eventually to say, guys, we are ready to start looking for voice acting, we can always see which characters vibe with you for each individual thing. So you can pitch for specific characters. I think that would be the best, really. Because a voice reel is all well and good, but you want to know when you're doing specific auditions, okay? Is this the right person for this particular character? And in that case, seeing how that character is interpreted by a person is helpful. So when that happens, I'll have dummy lines and a submission form, so you'll be able to see, okay, this is the vibe for each character, etc., bloody bloody fish paste, all that jazz. And one will be able to do a tailored audition to see, okay, I like these three characters. I'm going to pitch an option for each of those three, and maybe one of those will work. I don't have a demo reel anyway. Yeah, me either. I also want to get into voice acting work, but I also don't have a demo reel. Literally, the only voice acting work that I've got publicly available is all of the VODs of my Final Fantasy XIV streams. That's still ongoing, and which is going to be happening again tomorrow, by the by. We're going to be doing Final Fantasy XIV again tomorrow. So more voice acting practice. Woohoo! Fun. Yeah. So. That was a really weird way to situate into that, but okay. But yeah, tomorrow is the last stream of this week, because on Thursday is my mum's birthday. Lucky you've got a nice dad to help you out with your voice equipment. Yeah, the advantage of knowing the right people is real. But let's just be honest. I know for a fact that you can do a lot with cheap equipment, right? Yeah, yeah. Shh. When I say I know a guy, I know a guy. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Let's shove that under the carpet for now, right? But yeah. There are a lot of cool things that are possible out in the world. Between connections from the household side of things and connections from just the last 3-4 years interactions with the YouTuber side of things, I've rubbed some shoulders with some very interesting people. Despite, you know... How can I phrase this? If you look at my followers count, you would not assume how many people... you would not assume how many people I've actually rubbed shoulders with, but... we definitely have an interesting collection of skill sets within arm's reach. Sai, hello, hello! Welcome in. Yes. We definitely have an interesting collection of people within arm's reach. I was talking to someone just earlier today, briefly about song cover things, right? Not the one I mentioned earlier, but a song cover for this person, right? And the conversation was like, I have this big project that I want to do, but I need to know people with the right expertise. And I was like, okay, tell me about the project. Okay, you need to talk to this guy. This guy's going to be the one to help you out. This guy knows what he's doing. This guy knows his oats. I.e. not the sound engineer that we are referring to in the chat. But like, yeah. The guy knows his oats. If you want someone who can do the reproduction for the thing that you're looking for, you need to talk to this guy. So it was an interesting conversation. But yes, Sai, day has been good. Day has been good. We've been productive. I'm busy wrapping up for the day. And we have been productive. We have yapped. We have yapped for a solid hour. Productivity ended an hour ago and we have just been yapping. But it's been fun. That has been fun. So yeah, tomorrow is Final Fantasy XIV voice acting day again. We're gonna see how it goes. I really, really, really need to get over the fact that the people in Final Fantasy XIV speak so crudely. Wow! Like, I knew that they speak crudely, but I keep forgetting how crudely they speak in that game. Like, for a game that is actually pretty tame, the language, wow. Some of these guys are very characteristically crude. Like, every time a train of slurs pours from the mouth of a pirate, I need to learn. I need to remember to not be surprised. This is why I cover the in-game chat. They are crazy. Oh, I wasn't even talking about the in-game chat. Like, I also put myself on... I also put myself over there in that corner for the in-game chat in that game. But like... Sure. The actual NPC language. Wow, they can be foul. I forget about this. I keep forgetting about this, but yeah, the characters can be wild. But 'tis the character at the end of the day, right? Is the character. It would be more out of character if they had to use creative curses that did not involve all sorts of crude things. Ria, I think you mean something different from us when you say the word slur. Slurs or general crude language. Slurs or general crude language. Like, curses generally involve everything from, in order. It's usually got to do with either excrement, or sexual intercourse of some description, or death of some description. Your crude language is always in order, one of the above. It's always got to do with something of those three. And it's unnecessary, personally. Before one starts incorporating other things like, okay, derogatory language for specific groups and so on. But like your actual cursing is usually one of those three categories. And it's not comfy to read. It's not comfy to hear. It's not comfy to say. But you know what? When one is interacting with characters and people out in the world, you need to understand where they're coming from, what they've been exposed to, all of that madness. So it's like a level of understanding needs to be held. And yeah, it's just one of those things one needs to get over a little bit without necessarily absorbing that into one's own general lexicon. At least that's how I feel. I don't want to speak like that on the regular. It's not something that vibes with me. I don't like it. So I try to not. Agreed. It's messy. It's messy. But yeah. Also, when it comes to the acting things, it's something that one needs to be aware that you may get required to say stuff that you would normally never say. And that's an uncomfortable thought, but like that's why you choose your roles. It's like you choose your roles according to, okay, what do can I feel comfortable in this setting? Can I feel comfortable with the creator that I'm working with? Do these things, even if the character I'm portraying is a complete piece of trash, how much of what the actual general messaging of the piece of media that is being produced is something that I can agree with and aligns with my particular value sets, all of that. That is all stuff that goes into choosing which roles you end up applying for. And a lot of the time, especially with smaller projects, you don't necessarily know what you're signing up for when you go into the thing. So, I think that's one of the other reasons why I've been very hesitant to sign up for a bunch of smaller indie projects, is because I know that some of them are going to touch on content that I do not want to touch on. And especially when it's a casual call that comes up or from a person that you don't know from a bar of soap, it gets much, much harder to identify, okay, is this a piece of media that I would be happy being associated with in any way, shape, or form? And those are the things that one takes into consideration when you're choosing, okay, am I actually going to dive into an acting role of any description? So, those are all things that occupy my brain when I'm trying to fall asleep. And then, just as one is about to actually close your eyes and think, okay, I can feel my brain is drifting away, and then comes the song that's playing at 15 times volume out of nowhere, and it's like, bruh, I appreciate the tune, but why? Why is the music so loud? Turn it down. I know it's not even there, but like, seriously, it wakes you up, even when the sound is only between your ears. Please tell me it's not just me. Please tell me it's not just me. It's like, as I'm about to fall asleep, it's like, dialed up the jukebox. I think the indie I'm doing it all myself mindset unfortunately also often aligns with the type of mindsets that would decide to do the most egregious or provocative thing regardless of anyone else's reactions. Yeah, that is so true. That is so true. It's not just you. Okay, it's not just me. Woohoo! I feel so much better about that. But yeah, the indie productions definitely do have more of that. And the less indie things, where there are corporations that have PR departments who are saying, maybe be careful about what you talk about. They are not as likely to hire individuals who are not from vetted backgrounds. So, once again, catch-22s. So, I think when it comes to what I plan to do with Misthaven, I am going to put on record, I do not want to have any of that sort of content that Sai is described above. It's not me, and it's not something that I want to include in my work. And I can come up with some pretty inventive ways of making characters express their dissatisfaction with life, the universe, and everything without necessarily resorting to all of the crude, right? That is something I personally take a little bit of pride in. Like, if I'm going to curse, I might as well make it interesting, right? If I'm going to use an expletive, it may as well be something marginally entertaining. So, I think when I write Misthaven things, that is also going to be reflected. It's going to be something that is character specific to a degree as well, because I do want each character to have their own voice in that regard. Their own backgrounds, their own things that they value, etc. The own things they swear by. And when Misthaven drops, I want everyone to be assured that while there are going to be elements that are... how can I phrase this? Not lightweight, necessarily. I want people to feel comfortable saying, proudly, this is a project I was involved in some way. And can actually say that to even people who would have amongst the stiffest and most rigidly pedantic worldviews to say, this was a project that I can even safely say to those people, I was part of this and I don't feel ashamed about it. Even if they are people who are, difficult. It's a good thing that all of the Citrina Shutterbug activities stay on the Citrina Shutterbug accounts, because if any of the medical professional interviewers found my channel, let's just say I definitely would not have a medical job. Yeah. There's a difference between mature and mature? Exactly. Narrative work can handle heavy topics with grace, nuance, and tastefully instead of for shock value. I agree with that 100%, and that's the kind of writing that I want to lean in towards. That is 100% the kind of value proposition that I want to lean in. It's the kind of writing I want to do. Shock value for shock value's sake. If something is going to be shocking, it needs to be because it is necessary. And unavoidable. And even then, those shocking but necessary and unavoidable things can be handled, like you say, tastefully and with nuance. So, I personally want to treat the things that I write with respect. And I want to treat the people who are going to work with me on the things when I eventually get those people involved. I want them to also feel comfortable to know that regardless of what their usual take on things is, I don't want them to feel like it's, disrespectful or unnecessary, There can be cases where shock value has a purpose. I can respect it, but I usually wouldn't consume said media. And by shock value, I mean particularly extreme shock. Yeah. There are difficult topics out in the world that need to be talked about, but get kind of brushed under the carpet. Some of them I will dare to touch, some of them I won't. But if I do touch them in my media that I produce, I want to be very, very careful about how I handle it. And even then, though the actual instance of an occurrence that might be important to bring up and mention might be challenging or jarring to people to actually consider, I don't want it to come across as thoughtless. So it's tricky. It's tricky, yeah. But such is the writer's conundrum. Such is the creative conundrum. When one is dealing with stories, it's something that you need to decide is what do you dare to touch, and or how much respect are you going to treat it with? Are you going to treat it with due diligence, or are you just doing it because, ooh, this sounds like a good idea at the time, and then behave insensitively about it? So yeah. Crazy. But guys, it is now early in the morning for some of us. It is now quite late in the morning for some of us, now that I think about it as well. So everyone, it is time for me to call it a day. I forgot the word that I wanted to use, but I remembered. Gratuitous. Yes. That is indeed, in some cases, that is unnecessary. In some cases, that is definitely unnecessary. So, but yes, guys, I need to call it a night. It is early in the morning for some of us, late in the morning for some of us. And I really, 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 really appreciate everyone spending their time. I will see you guys tomorrow for Final Fantasy XIV. We are in the middle of a free trial playthrough. We're trying to do basically a completionist run. I'm pretty early on in that, actually. So we are in A Realm Reborn. We're pretty early in that. I think we've only had 3 sessions so far. We've only just recently gotten our Chocobo. We've only just recently gotten yeah, I think we are on our way to handle Garuda next. I think that is where we're at in terms of the story. If you know, you know. If you don't know, then I hope you join for this plot. At this point, I don't know how many of us are familiar with A Realm Reborn's plot at this point, and have been following along for the story. But if this is in fact, if my playthroughs are in fact your first exposure, hey, I hope you've been enjoying. If not, either way, hey, I hope you enjoy the nostalgia. At the moment, I've been going through a single class, trying to get as far with that as possible before I start picking up and leveling the secondary classes as well. So, yeah. I fell off of Final Fantasy XIV a while ago. Yeah. Like, The subscription we have spoken about before, how I very, very, very strongly wish that we had a prepaid purchase option like Chinese servers do. Because it does help significantly for us casual players. But yeah, I know that plot-wise, it is something that is quite cyclical. Like the great manga of old, it is something that generally has slow starts to its various arcs and very satisfying conclusions. Based on what I've heard from other players, that is a recurring theme across all of the arcs, and I know that with the latest expansion, it's starting once again on another slow cycle. But if you know that it is building up to stuff, generally people will have the patience to know, okay, we're at a slow starting point, but we've seen what these guys can write before we know that it's probably going to go somewhere very interesting later. So, if you've got the patience for it, great. But I know there's a significant player base that does not have patience for letting the pot brew. And for some of us, it's just a matter of finance. For me, it's just a matter of finance. If I could buy prepaid hours, so I know, okay, the 40 hours that I'm buying are going to last me 3 months, probably, or 6 months, probably, of playtime, depending on how much time I actually get to sink into the thing. Then I would feel an awful lot better about actually sticking with the subscription, or sticking with the game in the long term. Because, you know, a little bit of something from all of the casuals is better than a whole lot of nothing, and I feel like if they had the subscription and the prepaid running next to each other, the people who would be playing regularly could still stick with the subscription and get the benefit of that, while the irregular players could maybe pay a little bit more for their playtime hours, but being prepaid, not having a calendar end to them, etc., it could make things worthwhile. So, that's my thought on the matter. It's not my first time saying it, it won't be my last time saying it. There is value to running multiple models at the same time. Can you tell I've been in a bunch of weird places that I've got ideas about various payment models on things? Finance. I got lost on gameplay. You know what? That's also a very valid reason. Especially if you've not got a core group that you're playing with. If you are basically playing solo and then you get to more extreme level content and then it's like, I am so lost here because everyone else seems to know what they're doing except me, and you haven't got a core player group that is a regular set that is actually mentoring you through it, it gets stressful. It gets stressful. It's the thing with a lot of stuff that requires teamwork, is that you need to have a core group. I tend to end up solo in most MMOs. Me too. I'm also a solo MMOer. You know, I play XIV fairly regularly. Yes, I do. At some point, we shall find each other. Which servers are you on? My current and presently only character is in Spriggan and Chaos. Of course I would choose Chaos. I mean, it's me. Of course I would choose Chaos. Simply by naming convention alone. Most MMOs do not grab my attention enough to be on them a lot, and then if I do end up with a couple of friends, they get really into it and then rapidly outlevel me. Yeah. I understand. I have long since gotten used to the point of being tail end Charlie on a bunch of things. Competitive games, MMOs, etc., etc. I'm used to being the person who's last in the queue, bringing up the rear end of the race, etc. That's just me. Skill issues, TM. So I prefer generally soloing or being with people who understand where I'm at and know that I am generally not gonna be a get good kind of player. So, cool, I can start a new character alongside you on Chaos. Yay! Yeah, you're probably going to outlevel me way soon. You're probably gonna outlevel me way soon. Yeah. Yeah, I've currently got a marauder. I've got a marauder. I started there. But yeah. Tomorrow is tomorrow's deal, so 1900 hours UTC as usual. And I hope that you guys rest well when you get to it. Have fun. If your day is about to kick off in earnest, I hope that you are productive in all of the things that you need to be productive on. If your day is wrapping up like mine is, I hope that you get some good sleep in. Chow something if you got to. And with all of that said, sleep well, and until tomorrow, cheery bye. Night night, everyone.